Martial Peak, Chapter 4335, Divine Dragon's 9 Sons. A monster beast's human form tribulation was related to its strength and level of sentience. If a monster beast's sentience was developed and strong enough, it could assume human form, but if it was lacking, even the most powerful could not take human form. Therefore, in the 3000 worlds, even though some monster beasts were as powerful as open heaven realm masters, they were still just beasts unable to assume human form, living on wild instinct alone. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were both monster beasts born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they possessed faint traces of the Dragon clan's bloodline. It was not surprising to have Dragonborn in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After all, Yang Kai found the corpse of an Earth attribute Great Dragon in Sleeping Dragon Mountain, and obtained its Earth attribute Dragon Bead, which he used to refine his own Earth element power. Since there was even a true dragon in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, how could it be strange to have Dragonborn? If they were not Dragonborn, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue them so easily back then. Living in the environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the strength of these two monster beasts was definitely not low. However, the sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were in a muddy state before, so they could only be regarded as monster beasts. Since Yang Kai took them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhu Yin would teach them once in a while. After all, they were all natives of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhu Yin would sometimes feel a bit nostalgic about her home, so she would teach the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon as a way of venting her feelings. In fact, she treated them much better than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also fed the two a lot of dragon blood pills, which greatly improved the purity of their bloodline. With Zhu Yin's occasional training, and much purer bloodlines, over time, these two would eventually become capable of assuming human form. Yang Kai had no doubt about this. But he thought the process for this would require a much longer time to achieve, so he never expected to see the human form of the Scarlet Flood Dragon today. Seeing that Yang Kai finally recognized her now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously elated. She turned back into the little red-haired, fair-skinned girl again. However, probably because it had only just passed her human form tribulation, the transformation this time was not complete. Her tail remained and wagged excitedly, looking extremely strange. The Scarlet Flood Dragon smiled sweetly and stuttered, "Why young? Emma's master, it's me." She must have followed in his footsteps to address Yang Kai as young master. Yang Kai was shocked. "You're female?" The Scarlet Flood Dragon turned and twisted her body, her face flushed red, and she did not say a word while just smiling. Yang Kai added, "But why are you stuttering?" Blood flushed into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's face. "I just learnt to talk. So I am not fluent. Why yet?" A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai, then he chuckled, "I see. Why are you here?" If he was not mistaken, this should be the residence of the turtle-shelled old man, therefore, he was puzzled to see the Scarlet Flood Dragon's sudden appearance. "Gigi Grandpa T-Turtle asked Emma me to pick you up." It's Titi thanks to Grandpa Papa Titi Turtle that Xiao Hei and I see can assume human form. Yang Kai followed Scarlet Flood Dragon all the way up the path as he finally understood why she was here from her spluttery narration. The Dragon Clan bloodline in her and the Earth Dragon's bodies was greatly purified due to extensive feeding of dragon blood pills from Yang Kai. In addition to Zhu Yin's teachings, they were actually not far away from assuming human form. Yesterday, the turtle-shelled old man suddenly appeared, before moving into this peak. The old man must have summoned these two over, and assisted them through their human form tribulation, allowing them to assume human form through some unknown method. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the hypothesis in his heart was further verified. The peak was exceptionally high, rocky, and rugged, surrounded by clouds and mists. The atmosphere was quite awe-inspiring. There was a cave in the mountainside where Scarlet Flood Dragon led Yang Kai. Inside the cave was an extremely spacious cave, decorated and furnished like a grand hall, that looked quite ancient, and had obviously been here for many years. Yang Kai wondered how long this spirit peak had existed in Earth Spirit Land. He had searched this place before, but never found this cave. This was certainly due to his lack of strength. If the old man intended to hide here, Yang Kai would have no way to find him. The 100-sect alliance came to attack. 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters emerged all of a sudden. Juju Yin turned Voidland upside down, and then the turtle-shelled old man had no choice but to show himself. Since he had revealed himself, there was no need to hide anymore. Inside this cave, 2 figures sat opposite to each other. One was the turtle-shelled old man Yang Kai had met yesterday, while the other was a boy with black skin in a short shirt and messy black hair on his head, looking quite funny. The turtle-shelled old man was caressing the boy's head with a smile and drooping eyes on his face. His 2 long eyebrows hung all the way down to his chest, giving him the demeanor of an immortal sage. Aware of Yang Kai's entry, the boy hurriedly opened his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai, revealing a look of joy as he jumped towards him. When he got close, he stood still and stared up at him. After his experience with the Scarlet Flood Dragon, Yang Kai certainly could recognize the boy and smiled. Earth Dragon? Yes. It's me, young master. The boy kept nodding. Apparently, he spoke more fluently than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. At least he did not stutter as much. However, looking at his mouth, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching slightly. In terms of image, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was much more impressive than the Earth Dragon. The appearance of the Earth Dragon could only be described as hideous. Every time he opened his big, wide mouth, highly corrosive mucus spewed everywhere. Even if Yang Kai grew fond of him over time, he would still feel a little disgusted each time he saw this sight. Yang Kai thought that the giant Earth Dragon had changed into human form, taking on the appearance of a cute little boy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his former drooling image overlapped with his current one. The edges of his big, wide mouth almost reached the root of his ears, and a mouthful of fangs were bared every time he opened his jaw. As soon as he spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his lips, which was then quickly sucked back into the big mouth. Yang Kai's hand could not help reaching his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "You're here." The turtle-shelled old man sat up and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate, so he hurried forward a few steps and cupped his fist. "Junior Yang Kai greets senior. Ien, sit down," the turtle-shelled old man gestured. Yang Kai thanked him before sitting on a futon opposite him. The turtleback old man continued, "Xiao Hong, Xiao Hei, go have fun outside first. I have some things to talk to your young master about." Xiao Hong, Xiao Hei. With a single thought, Yang Kai became aware of who he was referring to. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. One of them was scarlet red and the other was dark black, so their nicknames were easy to understand. En. The 2 little ones saluted respectfully and retreated obediently. They both held great respect for this old man who helped them through their human form tribulation. The turtle-shelled old man smiled at Yang Kai. "I know you have many doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. This old master will answer anything if he can." Yang Kai turned solemn as he did have a lot of questions. Since the old man was being so frank, he did not feel the need to act restrained. Still, before he got started, Yang Kai replied sincerely, "Firstly, this junior must thank senior for his timely assistance." The turtle-shelled old man waved his hand. "Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't show up at that time, there was no way for those 2 to take you away with the protection of that little heavenly moon demon spider that day." Yang Kai nodded. Although Juju Yin could have protected me alone, she could not protect the whole of Voidland. It is all thanks to Senior's help that Voidland remained safe and sound. The turtle-shelled old man smiled faintly and said no more. Yang Kai decided to change the topic, and went straight to the point. "May I ask if Senior is a dragonborn?" Since the turtle-shelled old man appeared, Yang Kai vaguely felt a connection in their bloodline. Given that Yang Kai was now much closer in terms of bloodline to the dragon clan than human, if the old man had a connection with him, it was undoubtedly related to the Dragon Clan. In addition to his help in the human form transformation of Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, Yang Kai's speculation was further affirmed. It was precisely because he, the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and the Earth Dragon were all dragonborn that this old man was willing to help. Correct, this old master is indeed a dragonborn. The turtle-shelled old man nodded calmly. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. Many doubts were solved. It was exactly because Yang Kai was also a dragonborn that this old man jumped out to save him, as they indeed shared some common heritage. Otherwise, as a divine spirit, why bother exposing himself to trouble after hiding in this place for so many years? After pondering for a while, Yang Kai proceeded, "There is a saying that the divine dragon has 9 sons. Which lineage of dragonborn does Senior belong to?" The turtle-shelled old man smiled. "Since you know about the divine dragon's 9 sons, do you know what they are?" Yang Kai counted them out. Chonyo is joyful, Yaz is bloodthirsty, Chaofeng is ominous, Pu Laro is loud, Swan Ni is shrouded in fog, Baishi bears a heavy load, Bian is disputatiousness, Fushi is depicted on graves and monuments, Kai when swallows oceans. The turtle-shelled old man nodded. "Correct." Then Senior, Yang Kai looked at him hesitantly, and his eyes brightened. "Are you of the Baishi's lineage?" Among the 9 sons, other than Baishi, there was nothing else that could match the image of the old man in front of him, which led Yang Kai to make such a guess. "That's right. This old master is indeed of the Baishi's lineage." Yang Kai let out a soft breath. After clearing up this old man's origin and background, Yang Kai knew that he truly did not mean to harm him. Since Yang Kai had a pure dragon clan bloodline and Baishi was also a dragonborn, they were naturally all one family. Before coming here, Yang Kai was still a little vigilant towards this old man, but now he was totally relieved. The old man in front of him was just like his elder. "Senior, have you been hiding in Voidland for many years?" Yang Kai talked to him casually with a smile. Baishi chuckled meaningfully. When this old master fell asleep, there was no Voidland here. Yang Kai patted his own head. This place was originally known as 7 Wonders Land, but after defeating them it changed to Voidland. Baishi beamed. No matter what its name, there was nothing here when this old master first arrived. If that little girl hadn't jumped around on this old master's back so much, this old master wouldn't have awakened at all. He had mentioned this once before, so Yang Kai could not help laughing when he heard it again. For a dignified divine spirit like Zhu Juyin to be called a little girl by Baishi was truly. While laughing, Yang Kai's face suddenly froze as a sudden realization dawned on him. He stared at the Baishi in front of him with his eyes widened. What does Senior mean? Martial Peak, Chapter 4336, Baishi's True Form. Baishi chuckled. "Why do you even bother to ask when you've already guessed the truth?" Yang Kai could not help gulping, the shock in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. He thought Baishi had been hiding in Voidland, slumbering for centuries or even millennia, but now it seemed that he had made a fundamental mistake. "I'll be right back." Saying so, Yang Kai hurriedly flew off. With a flicker, he left the cave palace with a surge of space principles and reappeared directly above Voidland. He took out the array jade, surged his power, and stretched out his hand. The churning clouds that enveloped Voidland quickly dissipated, and the entire Voidland was presented clearly to Yang Kai's field of vision. After a while of observation, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air as his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Sect Master." Bian Yu Qing suddenly rushed up from below in a panic. What happened? She had been counting and cataloguing the tremendous gains from the previous battle when she noticed the sudden change in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. She thought another formidable enemy had come to invade Voidland, only to realize that there was actually no one. Yang Kai did not answer immediately but instead continued to scan across the entire length of Voidland. Puzzled, Bian Yu Qing quickly stood beside him and followed his eyes. "Second manager, look carefully. What does Voidland look like to you?" Yang Kai suddenly pointed his hand down and asked. Bian Yu Qing replied without even thinking, "A turtle." Yang Kai gaped at her. Bian Yu Qing giggled, "Doesn't it? We have 7 spirit lands in Voidland, with Earth Spirit Land, being the largest, planted right in the middle, representing the turtle shell. Metal, wood, water, and fire spirit land are arranged in the 4 corners of Earth Spirit Land, which correspond to the limbs, then yin and yang spirit lands are located at the top and bottom of Earth Spirit Land, representing the head and tail of the turtle, isn't it? Indeed, indeed. Yang Kai nodded lightly and laughed. Why didn't I see it before? Bian Yu Qing explained, Sect Master has so many matters to attend to, so how could you have the time to notice something like this? She stopped for a moment, then added, Sect Master, Is there any problem with Voidland? Yang Kai grinned. No problem at all. Ha ha ha. Still cackling, he dived down again. Bian Yu Qing watched him leave, confused, wondering what in the world Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai returned to the cave, sat down in front of Bai Shi again, took a deep breath, and asked respectfully, "Senior, may I know how old you are?" Bai Shi replied, "I don't remember. After living for so long, such things tend not to matter anymore." "Senior, you're," Yang Kai pointed at Bai Shi, struggling to form a description. Fortunately, Bai Shi knew what he wanted to express, and smiled lightly. "I am this old master's embodiment." Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he became more and more aware of the strength of the man before him. The spear of the high-rank open heaven realm master from myriad demons, heaven did not even create a scratch on Bai Shi's embodiment. Bai Shi was also safe and sound, he just needed to shrink into his turtle shell. If a mere embodiment already had such a strong defensive ability, what more need be said about his true form? And Bai Shi's true form was Voidland itself. In other words, Bai Shi was not hidden in Voidland, but instead, Voidland was built atop Bai Shi's body. Under the massive Voidland lay Bai Shi's true form, but because the body was too large, it was far more convenient for Bai Shi to use his embodiment to communicate. This explained why Bai Shi was complaining that Zhu Juyin was jumping on his back, since the whole of Voidland was built on his body. He was a true, genuine behemoth. Yang Kai wondered how many years he had to live to reach such an enormous size. However, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed and excited at the same time at the thought that the Voidland he established was actually built on such a divine spirit. It was embarrassing because Bai Shi was a living, breathing creature, a sentient one at that, so it was not exactly polite to build a sect on his back, literally. However, based on Bai Shi's reaction, he did not seem to care that much. If it was not for the intense battle previously, he might still have been asleep. The exciting part was that Bai Shi was formidable, so as long as he was safe, Voidland would never suffer from disaster. Though, it was still better to be more cautious. In the case Bai Shi no longer wanted to have a whole sect living on him, Voidland would have to find a place to relocate. After a bit of probing though, Yang Kai realized that Bai Shi obviously did not care about such things, allowing the former to breathe a sigh of relief. Putting his mind at ease, Yang Kai spoke again. "As Dragonborn and having lived such a long life, this junior has something to ask senior." Bai Shi responded, "Let's hear it. Does senior know where Dragon Altar is?" Yang Kai had always wanted to find the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that he was considered to be carrying a pure Dragon Clan bloodline, Voidland had more than a dozen Dragon Clan members from Dragon Island. If he could locate Dragon Altar, he could return to his ancestral roots, and if he managed to form a relationship with the Dragon Clan, no one would dare to provoke Voidland anymore. It was a pity that he had only heard of Dragon Altar, but did not know where it was located. Dragon Altar, Bai Shi murmured and sighed slightly. No one can trace Dragon Altar's location except for the true members of the Dragon Clan. Although this old master is also Dragonborn and has lived an extremely long life, if you asked me where Dragon Altar is, this old master really cannot answer. Even senior doesn't know. Yang Kai was stunned. Bai Shi answered, "The place where the Dragon Clan is established is also the foundation of the Dragon Clan. It is reasonable for no others to be able to pry into it. The Dragon Clan is strong, but equally proud, so they have offended many over the years. If Dragon Altar were to be exposed, it may attract unnecessary trouble, so only true members of the Dragon Clan will know where Dragon Altar is." After a slight pause, Bai Shi looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Speaking of which, this old master has something to ask you." "Senior, please speak." Yang Kai sat upright. Bai Shi began, "The Dragon Clan bloodline in your body is extremely pure and rich, far more so than even this old master's dragon vein. Logically speaking, you should be a member of the Dragon Clan, but why does this old master have a feeling that you're not?" Yang Kai laughed. "Senior is right. This junior only obtained his Dragon Clan bloodline because he had fortunately refined a dragon source in his early years. I'm not of Dragon Clan origin." Bai Shi was enlightened, "So that's the case. That dragon source must be very strong." Yang Kai was not sure of that, but judging from the reactions of those from Dragon Island, it was indeed not bad. But this was the outer universe after all, it could be a different case here. If you want to find where Dragon Altar is, this old master can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Please enlighten me, senior, Yang Kai implored politely. With a chuckle, Baishi explained, with such a pure dragon vein, even as a human, your bloodline can be continuously improved. Cultivate diligently while stimulating the power of your dragon source to further refine your bloodline. Keep doing so, and sooner or later, you will become a true Dragon Clan member. By then, you will naturally be able to sense where Dragon Altar is. Although Baishi was strong, his Dragon Clan bloodline was not of pure origin, and at his age, he could no longer improve it, so even if he was a rare master in the 3,000 worlds, it was absolutely impossible for him to locate the Dragon Altar. Having said that, Baishi rubbed his hands together a little apologetically with an awkward smile on his face. Someday, this old master would like to ask you, little friend, to take me to Dragon Altar as well. Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Baishi explained, this old master is also Dragonborn after all, and Dragon Altar is a supreme existence in the hearts of all Dragonborn. This old master's greatest wish in life is to take a look at the origin of his own bloodline. If this wish can be fulfilled, I will die without regret. Yang Kai was stunned, but nodded and promised, don't worry senior, although I don't know when it will happen, that day will come. Baishi lit up at his answer. The old man, Baishi, was very talkative. Yang Kai was grateful for his previous help, and in addition to both having dragon veins, they naturally had a sense of familiarity. However, although this old man was so powerful, he was extremely timid. He reminded Yang Kai countless times to avoid provoking the cave heavens and paradises. All of cave heavens and paradises were ancient monsters that must not be trifled with. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed, but felt helpless on the inside. After all, since when did he want to provoke them? It was all because they were anxious that he wanted to achieve the high-rank open heaven realm. That was why he became a target of the 100-sect alliance. But at this point, there was no room for turning back. Presumably, no one would be harassing Void Land again in the short term after the 100-sect alliance was wiped out, unless the cave heavens and paradises led the attack in person. However, none of the cave heavens and paradises would be willing to forego their dignity for this. Therefore, as long as Yang Kai remained sheltered in Voidland, he should be fine. Now that there were two divine spirits in Voidland, one of which was Baishi, who had lived for countless years. If the enemy did not send an 8th-order open heaven realm master, there was no way they could do anything to him. After chatting with Baishi for a whole day and obtaining some guidance on how to improve his Dragon Clan bloodline, Yang Kai began to feel like he had spent too much time here and finally excused himself. He had not recovered from his injuries completely, but because he wanted to get a feel for Baishi's attitude and background, he decided to prioritize this meeting. Now, Yang Kai naturally had to go back to continue his recovery. Before leaving, Baishi stopped him. Little friend, this old master has a presumptuous request. Yang Kai replied, Senior, please speak. Baishi answered, this old master won't be falling asleep again for a short while after waking up this time. Time does bring great changes to life after all. The people who used to serve me have all passed away now, so this old master wants to request for those two little ones to keep me company. Yang Kai smiled when he heard the words, are Xiao Hei and Xiao Hong good choices to serve by senior's side? Baishi chuckled, very good. Many thanks little friend. Yang Kai responded, it is their blessing to be able to stay by senior's side since the two of them were only able to pass their human form tribulations after senior's enlightenment. After a pause, Yang Kai added, if senior is bored, feel free to go down the mountain more, we have many members of the Dragon Clan in Voidland. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4337, Meeting. It was indeed Xiao Hong's and Xiao Hei's blessing that they could follow Baishi. Baishi had lived for many years and had knowledge to match. Any wisdom that he could pass to them would benefit them for life. Yang Kai also wanted to get closer to Baishi, so he took this opportunity to do him a favor. After returning to his own room, Yang Kai continued to heal while in retreat. 10 days later, in the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land, Yang Kai sat at the head seat, with the left and right protectors, Yu He and Mo Mai, to his left and right. Further below were the members of the Elder Council. Yu He and Mo Mai were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while among the members of the Elder Council, other than Chen Tianfei being a fourth order, the rest were all fifth order. Voidland had now become a place full of upcoming talents, and not many places in the entire 3,000 worlds could compare with them. Furthermore, Voidland was founded just a few years ago. Compared to it, how many generations had those top-tier second-class great forces inherited to become where they were today? Of course, Voidland had the upper hand mostly thanks to the recruitment of the abundant city cultivators, but this was also due to Yang Kai's capabilities. It was the first time that the leaders of Voidland had gathered for such a meeting to discuss its future direction. However, before that, they talked to each other about all the gains and losses of the previous battle. Although it was a landslide victory for Voidland, it did not mean that they did not make any mistakes. Any great force that rose would have to go through all kinds of hardships. Such a battle was the nutrient and catalyst for the growth of Voidland, and it only did good to Voidland but no harm. The scene of everyone's bustling discussion was rather lively. When the crowd calmed down a little, Yang Kai started, "Although our Voidland has won a complete victory in this battle, we shouldn't take things lightly. Don't ever think that the great forces of 3,000 worlds are easy to bully. This time, we had the upper hand because the enemy had extremely limited or outright inaccurate information about us and the power of our grand array, which is why we could have such outstanding results. If Kong Feng had known the heritage of our Voidland in advance, it would have been a far, far more difficult battle. Everyone should strive to cultivate and strengthen yourselves going forward." Everyone naturally agreed with him. After all, they were already aware of this without Yang Kai needing to say it. Although there were a lot of open heaven realm masters in Voidland, 99% of them had only just broken through. They were insufficient in terms of heritage and their foundations weren't even stable yet. When fighting alone with the cultivators in the same realm, they would obviously be put at a disadvantage. Regarding this, Yu He and Mo Mai clearly experienced it. Especially Mo Mai. When she was fighting against Luan Bai Feng, she was being suppressed almost the whole time and could only keep defending herself. However, they would need a lot of resources if everyone started cultivating, especially open heaven pills and cultivation materials of all orders would be in high demand. If they did not recently experience such a battle, the finances in Voidland would be tight again. Fortunately, they had killed almost 10,000 enemies in the recent battle, and gained many spoils of war, which was sufficient to meet the needs of Voidland for a short time. Second manager Bian Yu Qing immediately stood up and briefly reported the amount seized. After listening for a while, Yang Kai nodded lightly and ordered, "Second manager, please take care of the matter of cultivation resources. We must make sure we meet the needs of all cultivators in the sect." Bian Yu Qing replied respectfully, "Yes." A contribution point system had been implemented in Voidland now. All the cultivators who participated in the previous battle had earned a large number of contribution points and could exchange them for the resources they needed. As for how to keep supply and demand in balance, Yang Kai did not need to worry about it, for Bian Yu Qing and the Elder Council would come up with a solution. Yang Kai looked around as his fingers gently clasped the armrest of his chair as he added, "But we can't just sit idly and consume our resources. Any great force that wishes to prosper needs a variety of income sources, which our Voidland currently lacks. Although we earned a great deal this time, sooner or later, there will come a day when those spoils will be depleted. If we want to grow and flourish in the future, we need to start earning as well." Yun Xinghua immediately cupped his fist. "Sir, please allow this subordinate to return to the Star City. I will definitely take care of it well for Sir." Yang Kai responded, "Naturally, we can't lose the Star City as it is our greatest source of income and will likely continue to be so in the future. However, with the current scale of the Star City, I'm afraid it won't be sufficient to supply Voidland in the long run. In the past, the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland was small, so the income of the Star City could still balance the budget, and even run a small surplus. But the situation was different now. With the addition of more than 300 open heaven realm masters all at once, the daily consumption of open heaven pills alone became a massive number, so the revenue of the Star City was falling far short. Yang Kai looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any good ideas?" The group from Abundant City looked around at each other but did not know what to do. After all, they just entered the outer universe, and knew nothing about the outside world. Since now the topic was about the continuous development of Voidland, what good suggestions could they give? Yun Xinghua pondered a little and then cupped his fist. Sir, perhaps we could find a way to procure more resources in Void territory. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Tell me more. Yun Xinghua explained, in any great territory, there are many great forces and universe worlds. The periphery of these great forces and the various universe worlds should have been developed long ago. If there were resources anywhere, they would have been pocketed by others by now. However, this does not mean that there is no value in searching the rest of the great territory. Perhaps there are some unknown places that contain undiscovered resources, especially the existence of universe cave heavens and universe paradises. A universe paradise was found 3,000 years ago in our Shocking Swan territory, inside Shocking Swan Pavilion's domain. It was precisely because of the development of that universe paradise that Shocking Swan Pavilion became the overlord of Shocking Swan territory. Yang Kai raised his brow. A universe paradise? Universe paradises and universe cave heavens were the small universes left behind after the death of high-rank open heaven realm masters. The small universes of high-rank open heaven realm masters were essentially no different from true universe worlds. Therefore, after such a master's death, there was a chance that the small universes in their body would not collapse but instead maintain its structure and merge with the void. The remnant of a seventh-order open heaven realm master's death would be a universe paradise, while the remnant of an eighth-order open heaven realm master's death would be a universe cave heaven. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven. Yun Xinghua continued, since ancient times, how many high-rank open heaven realm masters have been born in the 3,000 worlds? After the death of those high-rank open heaven realm masters, the small universes in their bodies will sometimes be left behind. Although most high-rank open heaven realm masters will return to their native territories before death, there are always exceptions. It could be said that almost every great territory of the 3,000 worlds has universe paradises and universe cave heavens. However, the entrances of these places are always closed and ordinary people can't enter them at all. So, it's natural to not be able to find them. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yun Xinghua added, therefore, as long as we can find such an entrance, we can inherit all the legacies of that fallen high-rank open heaven realm master. All high-rank open heaven realm masters had extremely abundant heritages. One could infer by the example of the situation in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. To the side, Chen Tianfei frowned. I'm afraid it will not be that easy. Yun Xinghua cupped his fist as he replied, if we don't even try, we will never know. There may be some opportunities. This subordinate should bear the burden of this search for Sir, but regarding this matter, it would be better to have someone with higher cultivation handle it. Pang Duo immediately got up and offered himself. I'll go. Yun Xinghua quickly proclaimed, Elder Pang is a fifth-order open heaven realm master, so it would be appropriate for him to carry out this task. Moreover, even if we can't find a universe cave heaven or universe paradise, it would still be worth it if we found some undiscovered universe world or spirit province. Yang Kai pondered for a while and announced, let's discuss this again next time. Although the legacies of high-rank open heaven realm masters were truly attractive and it would be of great help to Voidland if such a legacy could be found, there was no trace of such things appearing in Void territory for so many years. If they looked for it now, they might not be able to find anything. The open heaven realm masters in Voidland needed time to consolidate their cultivations, so there was no time to waste for the time being. It would not any too late to look for such buried treasure when Voidland had completely stabilized in the future. Yuhi proposed, it seems that we can only expand the scale of the Star City for now. If the scale of the Star City expands, we could increase our income. Yang Kai smiled lightly, I think so too. But Yuhi was still a little worried. But young master, given that Voidland has just encountered a great battle, and with the rumors surrounding the Star City from before, the fame and reputation that was gained has almost all been used up. Although we don't know what the situation in the Star City is now, it certainly will not be good. Before, Voidland attracted a large number of great forces by marketing complete sets of fifth-order materials, which brought the Star City its short-lived prosperity. However, with the invasion of the 100-sect alliance, and with Yun Xinghua and the others, who were guarding the Star City, captured alive, It must be in a mess now. The news of this battle would definitely spread too. Of course, it would make Voidland famous, but it would not sweep away the many negative effects either. If someone was afraid of Heavenly Sword Union or the other sects in the 100-sect alliance, they may not have the courage to trade in Void Star City again. Furthermore, there were some cave heavens and paradises backing Heavenly Sword Union. No one dared to offend the cave heavens and paradises by visiting Void Star City. If no one came, the Star City would naturally be deserted. Therefore, being able to maintain the Star City was already good enough, while expanding it seemed hopeless. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Since fame can be depleted, it can naturally be regained too. As long as Voidland offers up something attractive enough, why would we worry about customers not coming? Yuhi looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. What young master means is. Yang Kai answered, if we sell Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, I believe the Star City will soon become famous. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could greatly improve the chance of a cultivator successfully breaking through to the open heaven realm. Such a good thing would be coveted by everyone, leading to a huge demand for it. Even the cave heavens and paradises would want these pills too. It could be imagined that once this news was spread, perhaps the entire 3,000 worlds would go crazy about it. By then, countless people would flock to Void Star City. But young master, if we do this, all of Voidland's open heaven realm masters would be needed to guard the Star City. Yuhi frowned. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was an enviable treasure. Without enough power to keep watch over the Star City, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not lead to riots. Thus, even if all the Voidland open heaven realm masters were dispatched, they may not be able to prevent such riots from occurring either. This was tantamount to playing with fire. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4338, Big Movement. But if all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland were dispatched at the same time, what would happen to the headquarters? It took a huge amount of resources to construct the 9 heavenly layers grand array, so how could they just give it up? Not to mention the more than 600,000 disciples Yang Kai brought over from the star boundary to Voidland. It was impossible for him to abandon them. In short, with Voidland's current situation, they had to choose between the headquarters or the Star City to care for. It was obvious to everyone, and worry filled their faces as soon as they heard Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai smiled slightly. I have a plan, don't worry. If it was before, Yang Kai may not have come up with this idea. Voidland was his roots, the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds. Hundreds of thousands of disciples lived here, so he would be reluctant to give it up no matter what. He would rather allow the Star City to slowly deteriorate. Doing so would likely lead to Void Star City existing in name only within a few years. But after learning about Bai Shi, a very bold idea crept into Yang Kai's mind. Of course, if this idea was to be realized, old man Bai Shi would need to cooperate with them. Yang Kai felt that this wouldn't be much of an issue though. Developing the Star City, expanding its scale, and re-establishing its popularity was a necessity to ensure Voidland's continued growth. For one, without the stable income provided by the Star City, the cultivation resources in Voidland would become a problem sooner rather than later. For another, the high-rankian element material that Yang Kai needed might be found in this Star City if it expanded enough. The ambush by the 100-sect alliance made Yang Kai realize that there were some cave heavens and paradises that were already getting anxious to bring him down, and were prepared to suffocate him, a potential future threat, while he was still in the cradle. In this case, it was impossible for him to search for the cultivation resources he needed outside. Otherwise, he would be creating chances for others to kill him. The proprietress told him before that she would help him look for a high-rankian element treasure, but even as a 6th-order open heaven realm master, the proprietress would need to be extremely lucky to obtain such a rare and valuable resource. It was not that Yang Kai did not trust the proprietress, but the current situation gave him a new sense of urgency. He needed to improve his strength, and fast. If he could get what he needed himself, he would not need to trouble the proprietress. Yang Kai still did not know that the proprietress had already stormed into a forbidden zone with the 3 shop hands from First Inn, just to look for a high-rankian element material for him inside. With the presence of the proprietress, there was a high chance of success. It was precisely because of this news that Kong Feng had rushed the ambush with the 100-sect alliance. Otherwise, it would be too late once the proprietress returned and Yang Kai managed to condense a high-order yin element power. In the current situation, if Yang Kai could not search for resources outside, he could only wait for others to deliver what he needed to his door. But if he had nothing to offer them, how was he going to attract others to trade here? Therefore, the reputation of Void Star City needed to be raised, and all he could use now was the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Yang Kai was aware of the various risks that selling the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could bring, but he had no choice. Compared to the risks involved, the possible gains were far greater. High-rank materials were hard to find, but Yang Kai was sure that the major cave heavens and paradises would have some. So, to get his hands on a high-rank yin element treasure, he would need to start with the cave heavens and paradises. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. While he was an eyesore to some and they wanted to clip his wings before he could fly, some just stood by and watched idly, while a few even wanted to win him over. There were differing opinions about him, however, regardless of which cave heaven or paradise it was, none of them would be willing to watch him achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly. As proof, Chu Hua Shong from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven proposed he marry into their sect, but even that came with the prerequisite that he only break through to the 6th order open heaven realm. It could be said that Yin-Yang Cave Heaven had given him the warmest attitude, but could Yang Kai accept such a condition? His foundation was so solid that if he did not achieve the high-rank open heaven realm directly, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, even though he had a close personal relationship with Chu Hua Shong, Yang Kai did not hesitate to reject Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's proposal. He was well aware that all troubles would be gone as long as he joined Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, but the stability that came at the cost of his own future might not last forever, for he feared that his regrets would overwhelm him in the future and hinder his martial Tao. No cave heaven or paradise would allow him to break through to the 7th order open heaven realm, but that was only while Yang Kai was not qualified to speak and trade with them on even terms. However, with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in his possession, Yang Kai was sure they would be moved. As long as they were tempted, there would be a possibility for an exchange. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, there just might be a cultivator out in the vast 3,000 worlds who possessed a high-rank yin element material. However, due to its exceedingly high value, even if someone did obtain such a treasure, they may not have the courage to take it out. There would probably be some who possessed such treasures but kept them hidden. People like this probably would not be very strong, but they may have descendants or disciples who could possibly advance to the open heaven realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the high-rank yin element treasure that Yang Kai needed had to fall into the Star City, and using the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was the best bait. With all these considerations, the expansion of the Star City became inevitable. Regarding the matter of Void Land and Void Star City, Yang Kai had made a decision. Since he said that he would take care of everything, even if others were still feeling doubtful, they dared not say anything more. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai ordered a number of open heaven realm cultivators to head to the subordinate sects under Void Land in order to ask them to contribute some territory to expand the Star City. Void Land was not the only great force in Void territory. There were also 7 third-class great forces such as Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, but even the strongest among these third-class great forces were still just third-order open heaven realm masters. They used to serve 7 Wonders Land, so after 7 Wonders Land was replaced by Void Land, they naturally followed the lead of Void Land. In the 3,000 worlds, the structure of these great forces had always been a hierarchical one. Each of these third-class great forces watched over a few universe worlds. Now that Yang Kai had requested to expand the scale of the Star City, they agreed, as it was not a big deal, nor did they dare to refuse to contribute some spirit peaks from their universe worlds to the process. After the discussion was over, the crowd dispersed, and Yang Kai made another trip to Dragon Sun's Peak. Now that Bai Shi lived on that spirit peak, there had to be a name for it, and Yang Kai took it upon himself to name it Dragon Sun's Peak. They met and talked, and Yang Kai left after less than a stick of incense. Yang Kai came for a favor this time, and since it was just a small effort for old man Bai Shi, he did not refuse. After a few days, everything was prepared. Yang Kai stood in the air above Void Land, while a group of open heaven realm masters looked up from below. Waiting silently below were not just the many open heaven realm masters, but also many other cultivators who had received the news. Everyone in Voidland, regardless of who, had received the same instructions: do not enter seclusion that cannot be interrupted, because there would be a lot of movement in Voidland today. If one was disturbed at a critical moment, they may be injured. Yang Kai personally sent someone to pass down this order, and everyone naturally attached great importance to it. The several great emperors gathered together, and Zhong Wu Hen looked at the sky in confusion, muttering, "What is that brat doing?" Mo Huang urged, "Why not just go and ask if you want to know?" Zhong Wu Hen turned to look at him, "Why don't you ask?" Mo Huang shrugged, "I'll know in a moment anyway, why bother asking?" After speaking, Mo Huang and Zhong Wu Hen looked at each other for a moment before they turned away from each other. How noble were the two great emperors back in the star boundary? When faced with this situation, they would definitely rush forward without hesitation to demand, "Brat, what are you doing?" And that brat would probably not dare to hide anything. But now they did not think of asking at all. It was not that they had no courage, rather it was because Yang Kai was now dealing with all kinds of open heaven realm masters, and they were not capable enough to interfere. They were not able to help in the battle against foreign enemies just recently, which really made them, the great emperors, very uneasy. Mo Huang took a breath and declared, "We have to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible." All the great emperors nodded like chickens pecking rice. Elsewhere, Yu He and Mo Mai came together. "Big sister Yu He, what is Sect Master doing?" Mo Mai asked curiously. Yu He shook her head slowly, "I don't know. Young Master just said that there may be a large movement today, but that everyone doesn't need to panic." Mo Mai was surprised, "You don't know either?" In Voidland, the closest person to Yang Kai outside his wives was definitely Yu He, so Mo Mai naturally thought Yu He would know something about this, but even she had no clue. Yu He smiled slightly, "Since young master has given such an order, he must have his own plans. We just need to wait and watch." Mo Mai nodded and agreed, still puzzled. The meeting before was regarding the Star City's expansion and raising its popularity. In fact, Yang Kai had also immediately sent representatives to their subordinate forces to get them to contribute land to expand the size of the Star City. The various signs showed that Yang Kai would be focusing on Void Star City, and manpower was needed to develop the Star City, so why were they all assembled here in the headquarters, just waiting? As they were all wondering, they heard Yang Kai's booming voice from above, "It's time, senior." From the depths of Voidland came the voice of the turtle-shelled old man from that day, "It's just a minor matter, everyone stand firm." When the words fell, rumbling sounds suddenly came from all over Voidland, and the ground shook violently. Countless cultivators lost their balance and many almost fell to the ground, forcing them to fly up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above Voidland was densely filled with human figures. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Voidland, as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. The aura was so powerful that it even terrified Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yu He and Mo Mai. Fortunately, the aura was retracted a moment later, otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of weak disciples in Voidland would not have been able to survive. With such a big movement, Voidland seemed like it was about to collapse, and everyone was naturally terrified. Mo Mai turned her head to look around, trying to figure out what was happening, but her eyes soon bulged as she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "Big sister Yu He, look over there." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4339, Migration. Yu He's gaze followed Mo Mai's finger, her hand flying to her red lips when she saw what her fellow protector was pointing at. In that direction, where the ground was shaking, a huge head had suddenly appeared. A gargantuan behemoth that appeared like the head of a turtle had emerged at the location of Young Spiritland, with the entire Young Spiritland planted on this head. Yu He suddenly seemed to realize something and she quickly soared into the air. When she turned around to look, thick and outrageously massive feet emerged beneath metal, wood, water, and fire Spiritland. When she looked down further beneath Yin Spiritland, there was even a tail. A picture was drawn in her mind involuntarily. The entire Voidland seemed to be carried on the back of a giant turtle. Yu He was stunned. She had lived here for years now, but she never once thought that such a huge secret was ever hidden under void land. In conjunction with the appearance of the turtle-shelled old man a few days ago, she vaguely had an idea of the situation. The Open Heaven Realm Masters were both horrified and shocked at the sight of Old Man Baishi's true form, but more than anything, they were excited. Aoo, Baishi raised his head and let out a long, earth-shaking howl that shook the world, then slowly turned his body, and moved his limbs in the direction that Yangkai pointed, carrying the entire Voidland in the direction of the Star City. While his movements were not fast, his speed was anything but slow. Everyone in Voidland felt a rapid acceleration and soon saw the outside world moving backwards as quickly as lightning. Realization dawned, and Momai exclaimed, "So this is Sect Master's plan." With the current strength of Voidland and the enemies it had made, they could only choose between their headquarters and the Star City, abandoning the other. However, if the entire Voidland was migrated next to the Star City, the problem would be solved. For others, relocating a headquarters was a near impossible task, but it was not a problem for Voidland. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, Voidland was probably the only sect which could so easily do something like this. It was impossible for any of the cave heavens or paradises to emulate. With the help of this giant divine spirit, Yangkai did not need to worry about the rest. All he needed to do was to give Baishi a direction, and the latter would carry Voidland towards the Star City. The journey took only 7 days. During that time, Pang Duo received orders from Yangkai to bring some subordinates to check out the situation in the Star City ahead of them. After Yun Xinghua and the others were captured by Heavenly Sword Union while on duty in the Star City, no one knew what the situation had become. Since they planned to remodel and reinvigorate the Star City, much more focus would be placed on operating it as well. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yangkai and Old Man Baishi sat opposite each other, a chessboard planted between them, while Xiao Hong and Xiao Hei served tea. Baishi was a superb chess player, and Yangkai was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. His soldiers were annihilated after 2 to 3 rounds, sending them flying pell-mell, while Yangkai scratched his head and ears in embarrassment. Baishi was quickly bored. "Boy, your skills are quite lacking. It's quite boring to play with you." Yangkai narrowed his eyes at him, fighting the urge to simply flip the board. After getting along for a few days, the both of them became better acquainted. Yangkai found that although this old man had extraordinary strength and knowledge, he was not the slightest bit pretentious. He was friendly and amiable, so Yangkai naturally did not need to act overly polite. While cracking his neck to try to break the game plan, Yuhi suddenly stepped in. "Young master, we are approaching the Star City." "Oh, we're here already? That was fast." Yangkai hurriedly got up, accidentally scattering the remaining chess pieces in his hand onto the board, completely messing up the arrangement. Patting his butt, he loudly declared, "Let's go and have a look." Old Man Baishi naturally grabbed him. "Where are you going? Finish this game first." Yangkai looked down at the chessboard and snickered. "This board is a mess now, how can we continue to play? I'll accompany Senior again when I have time." Baishi was relentless. "Smelly brat. Cheating and running away is not a good thing." Yangkai retorted, "Important matters come first, and there will be plenty of chances to play again in the long run. Why are you in such a hurry?" Baishi shook his head. "I don't care, you are not allowed to leave until the game is over." Yangkai had been humiliated by him on numerous occasions over the past few days. This old man had a bad habit of taunting Yangkai verbally while crushing him at chess, and was thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps he was just too bored after having been asleep for way too long. Yangkai simply had enough. Now that he had an excuse to leave, why would he remain? But the old man continued holding on to him. Speechless, Yangkai rolled his eyes before pointing at Yuhi. "Old man, if you want to play chess, just ask her. Yuhi's chess skills are far superior to mine. She will teach you how high the heavens are and how thick the earth is." "Me?" Yuhi blinked and pointed at her nose. Yangkai shook off Baishi's hand in a moment of distraction, yanked Yuhi over and pushed her down on his seat, encouraging earnestly, "This old guy likes to play chess, you accompany him." "But young master, It's been decided." Yangkai did not dare to stay any longer and immediately fled after he finished speaking. Yuhi and Baishi stared at each other. After a long time, Yuhi forced a smile. Please show mercy, Senior. The Star City was right in front of them. Standing above Voidland, one could already make out the outline of the spirit province it was located on. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never been to Void Star City, and he did not even know the scale of his own Star City until now. From the looks of it right now, this Star City did not seem to be impressive. Compared with an ordinary medium-sized Star City, it was even slightly inferior, not to mention comparing it to Thousand Bird Star City. However, Yang Kai believed that as soon as the news of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill got out, Void Star City would be crowded. A group of people approached, and Yang Kai reached out to open the Grand Array, allowing them to fly straight into Voidland. It was Pang Duo and the others. Sect Master. Pang Duo cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How's the situation over there?" Pang Duo replied, "When this subordinate and the others arrived, the Star City was practically empty, with only a few people left." Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he expected. Voidland was invaded by the 100-Sect Alliance, and everyone would have agreed that Voidland was done for. Since this Void Star City was the Star City under Voidland's jurisdiction, who would dare to stay here? If the 100-Sect Alliance came to cause trouble after their victory, anyone left here would surely suffer a tragic fate. The merchants who originally entered the Star City had withdrawn one after another, so there would not be too many people left. However, no one would have thought that the 100-Sect Alliance would be completely crushed by Voidland, with almost their entire force being wiped out. Even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was beheaded by Yang Kai's sword and died. The current mess in Void Star City was due to the lack of hope for Voidland and the lack of order maintained. After Pang Duo and the others arrived, they immediately set about rectifying the situation. Although it had only been a few days, the order had been restored to the Star City, but nothing could be done about the ghostly stillness due to the extreme lack of population. If this situation continued, it would not be long before all the merchants in the Star City left, and Void Star City would only exist in name. But now that Yang Kai had relocated Voidland, and with the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill as his ace, it was only a matter of time before the popularity of the Star City was revived. Pang Duo added, Golden Light Dock, Soaring Crane Sect, and the other third-class forces all heeded the orders and brought some spirit land to expand the scale of the Star City. I believe it won't take long to complete. Yang Kai nodded. Offer them our sincere thanks. Second Manager. Bian Yu Qing stepped forward and reported, Sir. Go back and give them some compensation. Voidland does not take advantage of others. Although these third-class sects swore loyalty to Voidland, and dared not complain even if they were not compensated, the spirit lands they contributed were all taken out from their respective headquarters or subordinate universe worlds, which would naturally cause some damage to their respective heritages. It was understandable to compensate them with something. Bian Yu Qing received the order and quickly moved to carry it out. While they were speaking, the Star City had come into full view. It was impossible for the cultivators in the Star City to miss the massive Voidland charging at them through the void. Expressions of shock and confusion were etched on their faces. Some timid ones had even fled, for fear that Voidland would crash into the Star City. They did not want to fall victim to such a tragedy. The remaining cultivators continued to watch, but they looked as though they were ready to run at any time. Fortunately, Voidland was clearly decelerating, and it came to a stop just 100 kilometers away from the Star City. This situation relieved the anxious cultivators in the Star City who were about to escape. But the situation in front of them really puzzled them. What was going on? However, they were astonished again when they saw the giant turtle below Voidland. Since Baishi's true form had been revealed, he did not bother to conceal himself anymore. It would be known sooner or later, so it was meaningless to hide. However, it was still a true rarity to witness such a giant turtle shuttling through the void with a great spirit province carried on its back. Just as the cultivators in the Star City were whispering amongst themselves, a group of people suddenly flew out from Voidland and headed straight to them in a vigorous and imposing manner. The leader was naturally Yang Kai, followed by many Open Heaven Realm Masters beside him. Yang Kai and the others soon stopped in the sky over the Star City before the eyes of everyone. With a quick scan, Yang Kai took in the situation below. The condition of the Star City was neither bad nor good, which was expected. However, regardless of its condition, it would develop slowly in the future. In the crowd, an elderly man bravely stepped out, cupped his fists and greeted, "So it is Sir Yun." This old man greets Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua, who was standing not far behind Yang Kai, looked down and recognized the man. He had been taking care of the Star City for a while now, and was naturally familiar with these merchants. He glanced at Yang Kai, then nodded when Yang Kai remained indifferent. "So it is Shopkeeper Tong." Shopkeeper Tong replied, "I heard that Sir Yun was captured by wicked Evilders recently." This old man had been feeling uneasy and wanted to help, but was helpless due to his old age and failing strength. Now that Sir Yun has returned safely, this old man can finally breathe easily. Sir Yun is indeed a good person blessed with luck. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4340, Old Ginger is Spicier. Shopkeeper Tong appeared to be quite old, but he was only a second-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At first glance, he looked like a person from a humble background. There were countless cultivators in the outer universe, and most weren't as lucky as the disciples of Voidland who had a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. With limited aptitude and resources, even if many cultivators could reach the Open Heaven Realm, it would only be the trivial second order, and they would remain in that order until they passed away. Even among the more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Abundant City, 89 of them were second order, not to mention cultivators from other places. For people like Shopkeeper Tong, an Open Heaven Realm Master with no background and low strength, it was extremely difficult to survive in the 3000 worlds. He worked hard all his life, spending most of his savings just to finally manage to open a shop in Void Star City and start a small business. He did not need to worry about food and shelter for now, but the sudden calamity in Void Star City had chased away most of the cultivators who came to shop or work here. Shopkeeper Tong was unable to sleep due to anxiety these days. What business could he do when the Star City was desolate? If he had no business, how could he survive in the future? He wanted to leave, but where could he go? He didn't have enough funds left to set up another store elsewhere, and he could not bear to let go of the one that he spent most of his life savings to purchase. It could be said that most of the cultivators still left in the Star City were in the same situation as Shopkeeper Tong. It was hard to say if his intentions to help Yun Xinghua were real or not, but it was not false that he sincerely hoped that Yun Xinghua would return. The law and order of the Star City was managed quite well when Yun Xinghua was in charge, so at least no one came to cause trouble during that time. After Yun Xinghua was captured, Shopkeeper Tong's business plummeted, and scoundrels were attracted to the unguarded Star City from time to time, causing him so much trouble that he had to keep his shop closed. Therefore, his words seemed very sincere. After speaking, Shopkeeper Tong cupped his fist again. "Sir Yun, the Star City is in chaos now. This old master pleads for Sir Yun to stand up and preside over the situation quickly." Behind Shopkeeper Tong, a group of shopkeepers cupped their fists one after another. "Please take charge of the situation, Sir Yun." Yun Xinghua heard the words and replied, "Shopkeepers, please remain calm. Sir Yang, Sect Master of Voidland, has now arrived to rectify the situation in the Star City. This Yun is simply a subordinate of Sir Sect Master and has only been obeying orders." Although many shopkeepers had noticed Yang Kai heading this group, they did not know him, so they could only address Yun Xinghua. Now listening to Yun Xinghua's introduction, they all cupped their fists to greet him in unison. "Greetings, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai's Emperor Realm aura was obvious, but despite that, none of the many low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present underestimated him. To be able to lead such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai's identity and status no longer had anything to do with his cultivation. Moreover, when even Yun Xinghua, a dignified Fourth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, claimed to be a mere subordinate of this young man, how could they dare to regard him as an ordinary Emperor Realm Junior? Yang Kai nodded lightly. "This king understands all of your concerns, but please rest assured. The reason Voidland has migrated here today is to revitalize this Star City." When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. They initially did not understand why Voidland had to migrate its headquarters, But now they heard that it was all to revive this star city, so how could they not be happy? They could feel Voidland's determination from this act alone. After all, Voidland was a second-class great force with many open heaven realm masters. If they focused on resurrecting the Star City, the situation should not be too bad in the future. Another person asked worriedly, Sect Master Yang, I heard that many great forces led by Heavenly Sword Union were causing trouble in Voidland. What is the situation now? If they were to make a living in Void Star City in the future, it was only reasonable that they paid close attention to the relationships Voidland had, so as not to be affected by their disputes. Yun Xinghua sneered, that group of pitiful weaklings. What could have they done? The Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was beheaded by Sect Master Yang, and the 100-Sect Alliance was wiped out. Exclaims and gasps resounded loudly as everyone was stunned. Although the Star City did receive similar rumors that the 100-Sect Alliance was eliminated, and even Kong Feng was killed, no one had confirmed them yet. The incident happened not long ago, so the news has not fully spread out. As such, no one knew the full details of what happened. But since Yun Xinghua had said so, it must not be wrong. How powerful was Voidland that even the 100-Sect Alliance was annihilated, while Kong Feng, a sixth-order open heaven realm master, was executed? If this was all true, Voidland was definitely a top-tier second-class great force. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there probably was not a more powerful existence than Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. The strength of Voidland naturally gave these people a sense of security. Shopkeeper Tong and the others were instantly overjoyed, secretly feeling affirmed that their decision to not abandon their businesses was the right one. Yang Kai's voice echoed loudly, the Star City now lies in ruins, and we, Voidland, have the intention to remodel it completely. We of course won't disappoint. This king is gratified that you chose to stay and weather through this period of difficulty with Voidland. To thank you all, this king has decided that after 3 days, an auction will be held by Voidland, and all are invited to attend. Shopkeeper Tong was puzzled. Auction? May I ask what Sect Master Yang is planning to auction? Yang Kai smiled slightly and replied lightly, a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? Some were puzzled. Obviously, they had never heard of this spirit pill before, which was not odd seeing how it had essentially been extinct for thousands of years. Unless one was extremely knowledgeable in spirit pills, rarely would anyone have heard about it. However, although the number of people present was not large, there were still some who knew about the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, so audible gasps were heard coming from around the crowd. Yang Kai did not explain too much, and simply replied, after 3 days, if you are free, please join in the fun. There might even be a pleasant surprise for some of you. After saying so, he left, leading the group of people to continue to survey the situation in the Star City. After everyone from Voidland left, the cultivators left behind burst into excited whispers. Since some people knew about the amazing effects of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, the information naturally spread quickly, and for a time, all the cultivators wore faces of disbelief. Most of these cultivators in the Star City were only in the Emperor realm and did not have an excellent aptitude. If they wanted to break through to the open heaven realm, they were bound to face huge risks. One careless mistake could cost them their life. However, with the help of a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, their chances for success would improve greatly. Who would not be moved by such an opportunity? Not to mention the Emperor realm cultivators, even Shopkeeper Tong and the other open heaven merchants were extremely excited. They may have already advanced to the open heaven realm, but who among them did not have a disciple or descendants? However, at the thought of the preciousness and rarity of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, these people became a little disheartened. Without millions of open heaven pills, it would only be a dream to get their hands on such a treasure. In the crowd, Shopkeeper Tong fell silent for a long time before he suddenly smacked his cheeks with both hands and summoned a young man. Here, quickly liquidate everything in the store, even if we need to take a bit of a loss. It's important that we convert everything we have into open heaven pills as soon as possible. Tong he asked haltingly after hearing the order, Grandpa, are you going to participate in the auction of the spirit pill? Don't tell me you've gone senile. Didn't you hear shopkeeper Chen and the others? They said that this thing is extremely valuable and could cost tens of millions of open heaven pills. How can we collect so many pills? Idiot. Shopkeeper Tong raised his hand and knuckled the boy's head. This spirit pill is indeed very valuable, but in an auction it still requires someone to raise its price. The only ones left in this star city are desperate and destitute people. So, how rich can they be? If we want to bid for that spirit pill, we don't need tens of millions, we just need to be richer than everyone else. Tong, his eyes lit up. What Grandpa says makes sense. You really are an old fox. Gah. Shopkeeper Tong knuckled his head again before he could finish, so he quickly rephrased, as expected, old ginger is spicier. Grandpa, I'll get going right now. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards their store, but turned back after just a few steps. Shopkeeper Tong frowned. Why are you back? Grandpa, I suddenly realize that this doesn't feel right. Since the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is so precious, how could Voidland let it fall into the hands of outsiders? Someone will definitely drive up the price at the auction. This grandson thinks that the spirit pill will eventually return to Voidland. Shopkeeper Tong looked at his grandson gratifyingly with a smile. Your worries are not without reason. Tong, he questioned, then are we still going to gather money? We might just end up going for wool and coming back shorn. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and replied, if it were normal times, your grandpa might not even dare to covet this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, but things are different now. Now, the popularity of Void Star City is at an all-time low. Since Sect Master Yang wants to reinvigorate this place, he will need something big to begin attracting people back. Auctioning this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is his way of gathering fame for Void Star City, so naturally, he has to take the circumstances into consideration. Think about it, if word of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill spreads out from this star city, the 3,000 worlds will definitely be shaken, and many will come over to investigate. So what? Tong, he was puzzled. Shopkeeper Tong continued, if Sect Master Yang wants to revive the popularity of the star city, his first act cannot be to rig an auction. This is his public debut, so he cannot show duplicity or underhanded behavior. Otherwise, who would dare come here in the future? Tong, he contemplated for a while, and agreed that what his grandpa said was reasonable, but he still felt insecure. But Grandpa, we're just running a small business. We can't afford a single mishap. A shrewd light flashed across Shopkeeper Tong's eyes, and he smiled slightly. With such a great opportunity sitting in front of you, how can you hope to be successful if you don't even dare to take a gamble on it? Here, your aptitude is pretty good, and if you have enough resources, you should be able to refine fourth-order materials to achieve the fourth-order open heaven realm in the future. With Grandpa's ability, there's no way I can satisfy your cultivation needs. If we do this right though, not to mention fourth-order, even fifth-order materials won't be out of your reach. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-41, Rebuilding the Star City. The words fourth order and fifth order slightly accelerated Tong his breathing. Clenching his fists, he replied decisively, good, grandson will listen to Grandpa. After saying so, he disappeared without a trace. Shopkeeper Tong turned to look in the direction of Tong his departure, and turned again to look in the direction the numerous open heaven realm masters in Voidland were gazing. Stroking his grey beard, his eyes flashed wildly while he considered his current situation. Despite what he said to his grandson, he was actually a little worried, for fear that, as his grandson said, Voidland would arrange for someone to raise the price to eventually win the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill back into its own hands. But as he said, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they succeeded, then the grandfather-grandson pair would soar in the future, and they would no longer have to struggle at the bottom of the world. If one did not grasp the opportunities right in front of them, one could only remain poor. A large number of open heaven realm masters followed behind Yang Kai as he surveyed the Star City, allowing his identity to quickly spread, drawing the attention of all remaining cultivators in the Star City. People gathered together and whispered from time to time, pointing in his direction. At this point, many youths cast their eyes at him, admiration rising in their hearts. This was what a real man should be like. They were Emperor Realm cultivators too, but while they were toiling away for a few trivial open heaven pills, Yang Kai was already sitting high above, commanding many open heaven realm masters. The difference was simply overwhelming. Sect Master, are you really going to auction that heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill just to boost momentum? Lu Shui, who was next to Yang Kai, asked softly. Yang Kai nodded. Right now, we can only rely on the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, so naturally we will need to raise some popularity. He mentioned this plan before, so no one was surprised, but there were advantages as well as disadvantages to taking out the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. The advantages included a large and rapid boost to the popularity of the Star City, while the biggest disadvantage was provoking greed from other great forces. However, whenever potential gains appeared, risks would as well. If shopkeeper Tong had the courage to gamble his life savings, how could Yang Kai not have the same courage? Moreover, Voidland had now even migrated its headquarters, and with the protection of 2 mature divine spirits, it more or less had some ability to defend itself. But with just 3 days, there will be no time to publicize the event. I'm afraid that only the cultivators who are still in this Star City will participate in the auction when the time comes. Lu Shui was worried, we won't be able to fetch a high price. To auction an extinct treasure such as the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, it was necessary to start an advertising campaign a long time in advance to give the major forces time to gather funds, so as to obtain the maximum profit. Even the pill auction back in Thousand Bird Star City was advertised a year or 2 in advance, and with the addition of the opening of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many masters gathered in Thousand Birds the Star City, to profit from that. It was really hasty for Yang Kai to announce an auction just 3 days before it took place. Yang Kai, however, just smiled. The price doesn't matter. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill may be quite precious to others, but to Voidland, it's nothing rare. Yang Kai had given each of the more than 300 cultivators from Abundance City a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to assist their advancement to the open heaven realm, including those who would only break through to the second-order open heaven realm. What did it matter if one was auctioned now? It was not necessarily a bad thing to lose profit sometimes. It could be imagined that after this auction was over, Voidland would no longer need to deliberately promote itself because the news of this auction would spread like wildfire throughout every great territory in the outer universe. By then, there was no need to worry about the popularity of Void Star City. Lu Shui pondered about it for a while and it seemed to make sense, so she did not say anything more. The Star City was not too large, so the inspection was soon completed. The representatives of the 7 third-class great forces, including Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, had also heard of Yang Kai's arrival and quickly came to greet him. Yang Kai naturally showed them a welcoming attitude and appropriate respect, allowing them to let out a sigh of relief. As subordinate sects of Voidland, and being located in the same great territory, they lived and died at Voidland's whim. Logically speaking, when Voidland encountered a crisis, they should have mobilized to help, but they did nothing at the time. This was also human nature. The strongest cultivators in these 7 great forces were just third-order open heaven realm masters. Given the situation at the time, trying to intervene would be akin to trying to break a stone with an egg. If they were unlucky, their entire sect could be annihilated. The 100-sect alliance was hundreds of times more powerful than them, so how could they possibly stick their necks out? Yang Kai knew their difficulties and naturally would not hold them accountable. Still, they were afraid that Voidland would settle accounts after the incident was resolved, so after receiving the order from Yang Kai, they all contributed large pieces of spirit land from their headquarters and busied themselves with the expansion of the scale of the Star City. Yang Kai surveyed the work and soon calculated that the Star City's landmass had now expanded to more than 5 times its original size. Although it was still not as good as Thousand Bird Star City, it was not far off. With such a vast area, the scarce population in the Star City became even more apparent. However, this was not a big deal. As long as Yang Kai's plans for the Star City came to fruition, it would not be long before every inch of Void Star City would become priceless. Yang Kai had stayed in Thousand Bird Star City for a while, so he had a deep understanding that even in such a large Star City, the annual rent for a store located in a good location was extremely high. So, the current vacancy of Void Star City was not to be underestimated, because every bit of land here would soon bring enormous benefits to Void Land. This place would surely become a treasure trove that continued to churn out open heaven pills for Void Land, providing long-term funding for its development. Elder Chen, Yang Kai called out. Fatty Chen immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Subordinate is here. What are your orders, sir?" Yang Kai pointed ahead and gave his command, "Take some people with you to record all the shopkeepers who own stores in the Star City. Contact them, and tell them that Void Star City will undergo a complete reconstruction, so all the original buildings will be leveled. Reassure them that Void Land will compensate them with a new store in the same location as their previous one and they will not suffer any financial losses." "Yes." Chen Tianfati responded quickly and brought some people with him to carry out this task. In order for Void Star City to develop properly, it needed better planning. Even if there was no compensation, these shopkeepers wouldn't dare to complain, not to mention that they would be compensated with a new store in the original site. "Yun Xinghua," Yang Kai called out again. Yun Xinghua straightened his back, took 2 steps forward, and cupped his fist. "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai tapped his foot, "Build a grand auction house in this spot. You will be solely responsible for this matter." This was the very center of the entire Star City, the best location in the land. As this auction house would be directly affiliated with Void Land, it naturally had to occupy this spot. Yun Xinghua was taken aback, but he accepted the order sonorously, "Rest assured, sir. This subordinate will not fail." After a pause, he added, "Sir, what are the requirements for this auction house?" Yang Kai thought for a while before speaking. "It needs to be large enough to accommodate 10,000 comfortably. Yen, you can go back to the headquarters to ask Yu-He for her input." Yun Xinghua had only broken through to the 4th Order Open Heaven realm recently. As his strength was somewhat low, his knowledge and experience were obviously not comparable to Yu-He's. It would be much better if Yu-He could give him some advice. Yun Xinghua immediately accepted the order and led a group of his subordinates straight to Void Land. Yu-He was currently stuck with Baishi playing chess, unable to extricate herself, so she was in need of rescue. "Elder Mo," Yang Kai called again. Mo Mai responded, "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a smile. "The blueprint of the Star City's construction is your duty now. I want this completed in the shortest possible time. Once plans are finalized, begin construction immediately." Mo Mai laughed lightly. "This is a big project." Yang Kai assured her, "All 600,000 disciples in Void Land are at your disposal. If you need anyone's help, you may transfer them as you wish. If you need materials, consult with second manager." Mo Mai saluted elegantly. "I have received the order, and will definitely live up to the sect master's expectation." As soon as everything was given their assignments, Yang Kai headed back to Void Land, allowing the resurrection of the Star City to begin. The representatives of the 7 subordinate sects led the disciples of their respective forces to expand the scale of the Star City with great enthusiasm, so it would not be long before the project was completed. At the same time, Chen Tianfei led a group of people to convene the remaining shopkeepers still in the Star City and explained to them the plans made by Void Land. All the shopkeepers agreed without a single refusal. For one, who had the courage to object? Void Land's strength was overwhelming, and Chen Tianfei, who was right in front of them, had a 4th Order Open Heaven realm cultivation. For another, this was a good deal for them. They were getting new shops without needing to pay for them. All they had to do was to sit back and wait. Naturally, there was no need to object. For those reasons, Chen Tianfei's duties were progressing very smoothly. Yun Xinghua and his subordinates found Yu-He, and together they began brainstorming various matters regarding the auction house, which was going to be built in the very center of the Star City. Yu-He had been to many places over the years, and participated in numerous auctions, so she had no trouble providing some ideas and references. Mo Mai, after convening with Bian Yu Qing, brought 30,000 disciples from Void Land to carry out large-scale construction work across the Star City. Neat rows of houses were quickly assembled, and streets wide enough to accommodate 20 people walking side by side were paved. Golden Light Dock and the other subordinate sects also took the initiative to contribute to the construction process once they were done expanding the Spirit Province. Although the number of people was not large, it was the intention that mattered. The entire Star City was filled with activity. Shopkeeper Tong and the others had been living without a fixed place for the past 2 days, as there really was nowhere for them to stay after their shops were leveled. As such, these shopkeepers gathered either in groups of 3 or 5 to spectate the rapidly rising buildings in the Star City, excitement filling their hearts. At this moment, they no longer had any doubt about their decision to remain. They initially had only stayed because they had nowhere else to go, but no one knew that it would turn out to be such a huge blessing in disguise. Void Star City was not thriving yet because it was not built up, and its reputation has yet to be established. However, when the time came, this place would definitely prosper. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-42, Void Auction. Shopkeeper Tong. A voice reached Shopkeeper Tong, who turned his head to look. He smiled slightly and cupped his fist in return when he recognized it was an acquaintance, Shopkeeper Jin. Shopkeeper Jin was also an elderly man. Both he and Shopkeeper Tong were second-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and were both unfortunate cultivators. They had always been at the bottom of the 3,000 worlds, struggling and striving for every small profit, exerting themselves for a mere dozen open heaven pills. But now, both of them looked radiant, beaming, and buoyant in spirits. If Shopkeeper Tong could see the bright future of Void Star City, how could Shopkeeper Jin not see it too? Now, all they needed to do was wait for the popularity of Void Star City to rise before getting back to work. What is it, Shopkeeper Jin? Shopkeeper Tong asked while wondering. This old fox always only appears when there is something that could benefit him. Both of them had been doing business in the Star City and were fond of each other's character after having dealt with each other on numerous occasions. Shopkeeper Jin chuckled. This Jin is here to congratulate Shopkeeper Tong. Shopkeeper Tong snickered in response. What is there to congratulate? Shopkeeper Jin replied. Voidland's doing something big and the Star City is going to be promising in the future. As part of the group who stayed behind, we will naturally be the first to reap the benefits. Isn't this something worth congratulating? Congratulations to you too then. Didn't Shopkeeper Jin stay behind as well? Shopkeeper Jin sighed. I was forced to stay, but I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. When Shopkeeper Sun and the others find out, they will probably rot in regret. The mentioned Shopkeeper Sun was one of the shopkeepers who escaped from the Star City as soon as the situation in Voidland deteriorated. It was truly expected that such a drastic change in circumstances would happen in Void territory. What's meant to be will be, it can't be forced if it's not. Shopkeeper Tong chuckled. Shopkeeper Jin pointed to the bustling construction activity in the Star City in front of them. Shopkeeper Tong, this Jin probed Senior Chen earlier. The remaining shopkeepers like you and I can get a new shop lot at our original site. On top of that, we're not required to pay rent. In other words, the shops will be yours and mine in the future, and no one can take them away. Shopkeeper Tong was overjoyed when he heard this. Is this really true? Shopkeeper Jin nodded. It's absolutely true. This is what Sir Chen Tianfei said. That's really great. Shopkeeper Tong clenched his fists tightly. Although he managed to open a shop here before, he was only renting the space and didn't own it. Now that Voidland had rewarded them all with new stores that belonged to them, it was indeed great news. Whether they would operate the shops themselves or simply rent out the space, it was guaranteed to make a profit. After pondering for a while, Shopkeeper Tong asked, what about Shopkeeper Sun and the others? Shopkeeper Jin sneered. Shopkeeper Sun and the others left the moment the Star City fell into troubled times. Do you think they'll have a share of the shops even if they come back? Shopkeeper Tong nodded when he heard the words. Void True Monarch is indeed fair with rewards and punishments. Regardless of whether they stayed back intentionally or were simply forced to, they stayed in the Star City and maintained its remaining population. That was why Voidland was willing to give them a new store. As for those who abandoned them, why would Voidland care about their interests? Shopkeeper Jin added, now, Void Star City has expanded to more than 5 times its original size, with plentiful shops and grand architecture, as well as immaculate organization. It can be imagined that the Star City will definitely be very popular in the future, and every inch of this place will definitely be worth a fortune. Shopkeeper Jin is right. Shopkeeper Tong nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Jin turned his head to look at him. Shopkeeper Tong, you and I are both people without any backing. Back then, all I could do was some small business. It's rare to have an opportunity like this, so doesn't Shopkeeper Tong want to do something big? Shopkeeper Tong frowned slightly. Both of us have no connections nor any backing. How do we do something big? Shopkeeper Jin balled up his fist. As long as we have capital, we can naturally do something big. Just with the funds you and I have on hand, even if we occupy a store, it's hard to be too ambitious. We'll probably just continue dealing in small trades. Shopkeeper Tong frowned and sighed. What Brother Jin said is exactly what this old man has been worried about these days. Whatever plan it is, capital is still the problem. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes blazed. It's easy to get the capital, it just depends if Brother Tong is willing to take a gamble with me. Shopkeeper Tong's eyes lit up. Does Brother Jin mean? Tomorrow will be the first auction of Void Star City. Void True Monarch said it himself that they will be auctioning a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. This is our chance. After Shopkeeper Jin finished speaking, he gave Shopkeeper Tong a meaningful look. Brother Tong, I know you've been selling your entire inventory over the past 2 days at any cost. Don't tell me that you have no plans for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Shopkeeper Tong silently cursed the cunning old fox. He was able to catch a clue as soon as a move was made. It was pointless to deny it now, so Shopkeeper Tong simply nodded and admitted, yes, this Tong does have some plans for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, but this pill is precious, and this Tong is low on funds, so I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to destiny. Shopkeeper Jin smiled slightly. How about we work together? Shopkeeper Tong was moved when he heard the words, how shall we cooperate? Neither of us has a lot of funds, at least not enough to compete with the few big shopkeepers still remaining in the Star City. If they participate in the auction, you and I may not be able to succeed. Since that's the case, why don't we pool all of our funds together and give it our all? It would be excellent if we succeeded, and we'll just accept fate if we don't. We'll resell the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill at the right time when the price is right, then split the profit equally between the two of us. Shopkeeper Tong frowned deeply, struggling with his thoughts. Shopkeeper Jin stood by and waited quietly without interrupting. He knew that Shopkeeper Tong would not reject his proposal. After all, it was a decision that was beneficial to both parties, unless Shopkeeper Tong had enough money to triumph over other competitors without his aid. Sure enough, after a while, Shopkeeper Tong looked up decisively. Good, let's do it together. After saying that, he raised his palm forward, and Shopkeeper Jin raised his own palm to meet his. After 3 shakes, the 2 old foxes grinned knowingly. The auction was held as scheduled without any publicity or marketing campaign, the only participants being the few cultivators who were still stranded in the Star City. There were not many people, a few thousand at most, of which some 40 to 50 were low-rank open heaven realm masters, with only a handful being third order and the rest all weaker. The Void Auction House was still under construction, and Yang Kai's requirements were not low. Yun Xinghua was naturally not able to finish the construction within 3 days. Therefore, the auction was held in the original auction house of the Star City. Although Void Star City did have its own auction house, that didn't mean other great forces didn't have one. No one knew which great force owned this particular auction house, but it was already empty now, so Voidland did not need the consent of others to requisition it. Although the number of people who attended the auction was small, it was extremely lively. Void True Monarch had previously said that the auction item was a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, but no one had seen such a rare spirit pill before, so they all worried whether Voidland really had such a precious treasure. And now was time to verify their doubts. Whether what Void True Monarch said was true or false would be revealed today. Shopkeeper Jin and Shopkeeper Tong sat together, their heads leaning in together from time to time, while looking around silently observing potential opponents. It did not take long before the auction stage lit up, the lights converging on a beautiful silhouette that was slowly making its way onto the platform. The commotion in the audience suddenly died down as everyone turned their eyes to the stage, to see that the person who stepped on the platform was a slender woman with a beautiful face, looking no more than 30 years old, dressed in a light blue dress. Many in the audience stiffened at the sight of this woman, not because of her beauty, but because of her shocking identity. Over the past few days, they had also come to be more familiar with the masters of Voidland, so this woman was readily recognized as soon as she appeared. She was an elder of Voidland named Lu Shui, with a fifth-order open heaven realm cultivation. Those who participated in the auction were at best third-order masters. In normal times, how would they dare stare at a fifth-order open heaven realm master so recklessly? However, now they were given a chance to look at one all they wished. Lu Shui felt a little light-headed, and her chest suddenly became tight. She was forced to take up this task. Although she was a former manager of Sword Pavilion, she had never hosted an auction before. Among all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland, the cultivators of Abundant City had never participated in an auction ever, and had no clue on the auctioning procedure at all. Chen Tianfei, Yun Xinghua, and the others who were good at administrative and public works were all swamped with their own tasks, so Lu Shui was the only suitable candidate to be the auctioneer. Fortunately, although she had never hosted an auction before, she had participated in many. Besides, there was no need to raise enthusiasm or rile up the crowd for this auction, so it was not a difficult task. She took a deep breath and thought about how she could crush everyone in front of her with a snort, allowing her nerves to quickly calm down. Lu Shui had a somewhat aloof personality, so she did not say much and just immediately started the auction. Since it was an auction, they could not possibly be auctioning off just a single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Voidland had also prepared some other items suitable for the cultivators in the audience. Voidland had harvested plenty of loot when the 100-sect alliance was wiped out, so it was just right to take some small things out to meet some of the auctioning demands. This was a unique auction, because all the items, regardless of their value, had a reserve price of 1 open heaven pill. Many cultivators were ecstatic when they found this out and did not hesitate to increase the price. However, the financial resources of the people here were limited, and no matter how much they increased the price, no item exceeded 1,000 open heaven pills so far, with most selling for around 100 or so. No matter how one looked at it, this auction was a big loss for Voidland, because the market value of every auctioned item was far more than it was auctioned off for. However, everyone knew that Voidland was willing to take a temporary loss to reap a long-term gain. The objective today was to raise the Star City's popularity, therefore, it was understandable to take a small financial loss. Fortunately, since all the items were essentially a steal, even if Lu Shui did not say much, the crowd was incredibly fired up and the bidding audience was not mellow at all. For these people, no matter what they bid for, they were guaranteed to make a profit. All they needed to do was wait a little while before reselling these items. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-43, Simply Astonishing. Auction items were quickly displayed and sold under the hammer. An hour later, Lu Shui announced, "The next item is our finale for today's auction. I hope you won't be disappointed." Silence fell as everyone in the auction house immediately straightened their backs. It was so silent that needles could be heard falling on the ground. As they all knew, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was coming. Shopkeeper Tong and shopkeeper Jin met each other's eyes, and sat up involuntarily, staring at the platform unblinkingly. On the auction stage, a woman who appeared to be a maid walked up with a tray in her hand and a smile on her face, and stopped beside Lu Shui. The tray was covered with a red cloth, obscuring what lay beneath from the prying eyes below. Lu Shui raised her hand to remove the red cloth, revealing to everyone a jade bottle. Lu Shui's crisp voice resounded throughout the entire auction house, a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. It can help one to comprehend the essence of splitting heaven and earth apart when a cultivator is attempting to break through to the open heaven realm, thereby greatly improving the chances of one completing the process successfully. With the complement of this spirit pill, as long as one's aptitude is not terrible, they can definitely advance to the open heaven realm. The reserve price is 1 open heaven pill, and there is no limit on the increase in price. Please. After saying that, Lu Shui stood on the auction platform and said no more. Contrary to the previous scene where all kinds of items were auctioned and everyone responded heatedly, vying to increase the price, the appearance of this final item drew no bids. Everyone just stared at Lu Shui blankly, unable to believe their own ears. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jin too looked at each other, almost thinking that they had heard it wrong. The starting bid of a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is 1 open heaven pill. Although all the previous items started from 1 open heaven pill with no exception, this was the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill that had long since vanished from the 3,000 worlds. Was its reserve price really just 1 open heaven pill? The information was so shocking that no one could open their mouth to start bidding, lest they desecrate the precious spirit pill with their lowly bids. The auction house fell into a quaint silence for a while before the sound of rapid breathing began filling the air. Lu Shui, who was standing on the stage, was a little stunned, thinking that she might have not explained clearly. How had the atmosphere, which was so heated earlier, suddenly turned so quiet? Suddenly, a voice asked weakly, "Elder Lu, may I ask if the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill of your noble sect really has an opening price of 1 open heaven pill?" Lu Shui said lightly, "Yes." The man hesitated, then asked again, "But the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is such an extremely precious thing, how could it only start from 1 open heaven pill?" "Elder Lu, please don't kid with us. We have low cultivation, and our knowledge is very limited, so none of us have ever seen such a spirit pill before. If one had seen it before, there was essentially no way to distinguish its authenticity, and just how many were there in the 3,000 worlds who had actually seen a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill before?" Although this man did not finish what he wanted to say, many quick-witted cultivators present understood what he meant. This guy was speculating if Void Land had fabricated a counterfeit spirit pill to pass it off as a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, he did not dare to say so outright and was just beating around the bush. Shopkeeper Tong sneered in his heart when he heard this. The person who said this really was stupid. The reason Voidland was willing to take such a massive loss in this auction was to create publicity for their star city. Were not all of the previous auction items sold at a loss too? Although it was a bit bizarre that the starting price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was only 1 open heaven pill, Voidland had the capacity and daring to do so. On top of that, this was the first time Voidland held an auction. If they really did auction a counterfeit item, their reputation would be forever ruined. Who would come to support them in the future if they did such a despicable deed? Therefore, regardless of the oddity of the situation, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill should not be fake. On the auction stage, Lu Shui looked in the direction of the man and replied, "This queen is here to preside over the auction under sect master's direct order. This heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was bestowed to me by the sect master, who refined it personally. Many open heaven realm masters in Voidland have also benefited from such spirit pills. If anyone thinks this pill is inappropriate in any way, they don't have to participate in the auction. Please begin bidding." Shopkeeper Jin cleared his throat and shouted, "This old master offers 1,000 open heaven pills, not to mention 1,000 open heaven pills. This heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was possibly worth 10 million open heaven pills." Shopkeeper Jin naturally did not expect to get the spirit pill with this bid, but he took the initiative to start the process. For one, he wanted to test the waters, for another, it was to show favor to Void Land. It was up to Void Land, however, if they saw through his intentions. In the previous auctions, the highest price an item was sold for was just over 1,000 open heaven pills. The price Shopkeeper Jin offered was just a fraction of the true value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, but it was still reasonable in this strange situation. Just as he finished speaking though, voices exploded from all directions in the auction house, filled with cultivators shouting their bids for the item. In just 3 breaths, the price had already exceeded 10,000 open heaven pills and was continuing to rise at an extremely rapid rate. Shopkeeper Jin and Shopkeeper Tong turned their heads from time to time to look in the direction of the other bidders, observing the reactions and expressions of these potential opponents, inferring their limits. The 2 old foxes were waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves before jumping out to make the final call. The atmosphere of the auction house suddenly became scorching hot. People were shouting their prices over each other because their previous bids were quickly outdone. 20 breaths later, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had exceeded 100,000 open heaven pills, At this point, there were only 3 people left in the competition. These 3 people were undoubtedly shopkeepers in the Star City. When it reached 120,000, there were only 2 people left. However, these 2 were obviously approaching their limits. Each increase in price was not high, and they were gnashing their teeth each time they offered a new bid, as if they had a deep hatred for the other party. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jin looked at each other and nodded lightly. They had been holding back for the right timing to make a move, and it had finally arrived. The 2 had been observing from the sidelines, so they had a very detailed grasp and judgment of the situation. This was a good opportunity to make a move. 130,000. Shopkeeper Jin called out decisively. This time, he added 10,000 open heaven pills all at once, which for the people present was not a small number. In the crowd, a cultivator turned his head angrily at him with his eyes red. Shopkeeper Jin, you. Shopkeeper Jin cupped his fist towards him with a smile. Shopkeeper Ju, please excuse me. Shopkeeper Ju ground his teeth for a while before shouting decisively, 133,000. 140,000. Shopkeeper Jin remained calm and relaxed. Shopkeeper Ju's initially straight back slumped and he released a deep sigh as he shook his head. On the auction stage, Lu Shui waited for a moment, but seeing that no one raised the price, after 3 breaths, the hammer finalized the deal. Shopkeeper Jin's and Shopkeeper Tong's tightly clenched fists finally loosened as they both grinned wildly. We did it. We really did it. At this moment, Shopkeeper Tong felt extremely fortunate that he chose to partner with Shopkeeper Jin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to win the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with his limited financial resources. At the very least, Shopkeeper Ju was much wealthier than he was. A spirit pill that was worth tens of millions of open heaven pills was now actually won by 2 old foxes for a mere 140,000 open heaven pills. Such a lucrative trade was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The reason was that the cultivators remaining in the Star City were all from humble backgrounds and had limited financial resources. The people who really had the means and resources had already escaped, otherwise, they would not have the chance to grab such a great deal. Now, although both of them have sold most of their belongings for cheap and could not do any business in the near future, as long as they waited for the right opportunity, they could resell this spirit pill for million. Lu Shui's voice once again rang out. Many thanks to all of you for your support this time. Though this auction has ended for today, in 3 months' time, Voidland will be holding another auction, where another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. It will be like this every 3 months thereafter. After saying that, Lu Shui turned around and walked down. In the auction house, many cultivators were stunned for a while, followed by a loud commotion. There would be another auction in Void Star City in 3 months, and there would also be another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill sold every 3 months from now on. In other words, every 3 months, Voidland would be auctioning off a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Simply astonishing. Many had made a large profit today, but they still could not help feeling moved at the news of another auction in 3 months. There were not many opportunities like this for them to take advantage of a great force. If one missed it this time, one still may have another chance, but if one did not grasp the chance, it would be impossible when Void Star City truly flourished. Shopkeeper Jin and Shopkeeper Tong stood there, the smiles on their faces suddenly stiffened. After a while, Shopkeeper Tong took in a deep breath. Just how many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills does Voidland have? If they were willing to take one out for auction every 3 months, it meant that they had enough to spare. But wasn't this spirit pill said to already be extinct? It was precisely because of this that the value was high. If it was available everywhere, it would not be worth much. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed and speculated. Elder Lu just said that this spirit pill was refined by Void True Monarch himself. It seems that Voidland does have a lot in stock. Then our spirit pill. Shopkeeper Tong's initial joy turned into worry. Shopkeeper Jin chuckled. What are you worried about? As long as this kind of spirit pill is not released in massive quantities, its value will never decrease. Voidland is clearly planning to use these Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to draw in people to their Star City, so they will naturally only release a limited supply. In other words, we made a lot of money this time. Shopkeeper Tong thought for a while after hearing the words, then cracked into a smile. You're right, Voidland will never let the value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill fall unless they want to sabotage themselves. Let's go. Shopkeeper Jin stood up. Let's collect our spirit pill. I've never seen such a precious thing before in my life after all. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-44, Assigning New Tasks. As they walked out of the auction house, both Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jin trembled, unable to contain their excitement. A jade bottle was held in Shopkeeper Jin's hand, containing the rare heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Recalling what Elder Lu just said, Shopkeeper Jin praised admirably, Voidland really is efficient and upright. Shopkeeper Tong stroked his beard and nodded, there's no more need for you and I to worry, we just need to wait for the right opportunity. When the two went to Elder Lu to retrieve the spirit pill, she assured them that before the two resold the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, their safety and that of their families would be guaranteed by Voidland. In addition, if they found a buyer in the future, if necessary, they could request Voidland to act as an intermediary to ensure impartiality and that the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was sold at a reasonable price. The two shopkeepers were ecstatic to hear the news. Earlier, they were a little worried that after obtaining the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, it would be hard to fend off greedy masters who intended to bully or outright rob them with their meager abilities. Now, with Elder Lu's assurance, what else did they need to worry about? Who in Void Star City would dare to cross Voidland? Voidland obviously took their concerns into account, so they took the initiative, and Voidland also knew that even if they won the spirit pill, they would not use it themselves. They surely would be selling off such a precious item for a good price. Logically speaking, after the two won the spirit pill, Voidland bore no responsibilities to them, but Voidland's initiative to give them such a guarantee truly bought their trust and respect. Shopkeeper Jin handed the jade bottle in his hand to Shopkeeper Tong and said, Brother Tong, according to the agreement, you will be in charge of guarding it for the first month. Shopkeeper Tong smiled when he heard the words, there's no need, Brother Jin can keep the spirit pill by his side. If there was no guarantee from Voidland, Shopkeeper Tong would have to be a little wary of whether Shopkeeper Jin would pocket all the profits himself, but now he no longer needed to worry about this at all, unless Shopkeeper Jin was willing to take the risk of offending Voidland. Safeguarding the spirit pill also meant that he had to bear the risk of losing it, so why would Shopkeeper Tong take up such an arduous but fruitless task? That was the reason for his forthrightness. They were both cunning old foxes, so how could Shopkeeper Jin not know what Shopkeeper Tong was thinking? Still, he just laughed and nodded, Brother Tong, you really are too lazy. Fine, I'll keep the spirit pill. It'll probably be sold off after a few months, and this old master is not going anywhere during this time. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and cupped his fists, many thanks for your hard work, Brother Jin. After the first auction of Void Star City, many cultivators left one after another in a hurry, especially the shopkeepers. It was unknown where they went. The already deserted Star City was left with even fewer occupants now, but the 30,000 Voidland disciples continued the reconstruction projects without pause. Construction done by cultivators was indeed different from mortals. There were obvious changes in the Star City every day, and in less than a month, the rebuilding of the entire Star City was completed. Even the huge auction house ordered by Yang Kai was completed through the joint efforts of Yun Xinghua and Yu He. According to Yang Kai's request, the size of this auction house should be no less than that of Red Cloud's auction house back in Thousand Bird Star City, which meant it could comfortably accommodate 10,000 people. The huge auction house located in the very center of the Star City would soon become one of its most important landmarks. Yang Kai personally inscribed Void Auction House onto a giant plaque that hung proudly above the main entrance of the auction house. Nanmen Da Jun had been working non-stop recently. The newly expanded and reconstructed Star City naturally needed a new grand array. That said, his accomplishments in the Tao of Arrays could not match that of Grandmaster Wu Liang's, and Voidland was no longer as resource-rich as before, so it was impossible to create another 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. However, Nanmen Da Jun had been shadowing Grandmaster Wu Liang for a few months, so with his exceptional talent in Tao of Spirit Arrays, it was not difficult to arrange some decent arrays in the Star City. Of course, limited by his own cultivation and many other factors, the strength of the spirit arrays Nanmen Da Jun arranged was not high, and they would be unable to resist powerful attacks. But Voidland was just 100 kilometers away from the Star City, which to Open Heaven Realm Masters was essentially within arm's reach. Who would dare to attack the Star City under Voidland's watch? If so, the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland would not mind teaching the intruders a harsh lesson again. The Star City was now completed, and compared with the original, its scale was several times bigger. Also, because of the strict planning, the buildings in the Star City were also well organized, no longer chaotic like before. The Star City had been built, but a governor had yet to be chosen. Yang Kai imitated the management system of the Thousand-Bird Star City of Great Battle Heaven, establishing a governor's mansion in the Star City, and charging Mo Mai, a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as the first governor of the Star City. There was no other option really. In the entire Voidland, Yu He and Mo Mai were the strongest. Yu He did not want to take up the responsibility and just wanted to stay by Yang Kai, so Mo Mai had no choice but to take up this task. Although she was born in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, she had been City Lord of Abundant City for many years, giving her plenty of experience in management. She only needed some time to get familiar with the new environment and things would proceed smoothly. Under the jurisdiction of the governor's mansion, the Star City was divided into 4 major districts: North, South, East, and West, each district having its own supervisor in charge. The East City District was overseen by Pang Duo, West City District by Gongyang Shi, South City District by Fan Wu Xin, and North City District by Chen Tianfei. These 4 reported directly to Mo Mai. With the 4 of them assisting her, managing the Star City would not be a problem for her. This arrangement disappointed Yun Xinghua a little. After all, he had been in charge of the Star City before this. As an official from Voidland, he had a high position and authority, and countless people attempted to curry favor with him every day. However, he was not even a commander in this new Star City. He did not dare to complain though. After all, the Star City was lost right under his nose. Furthermore, he was only a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. He understood that it was impossible to entrust him with such an important task. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disregard his hard work and handed over management of Void Auction House to him. The Void Auction House was located in the very center of the Star City, not belonging to any of the 4 districts. It was directly under the control of the governor's mansion, and everyone understood that auctions would play a pivotal role in the future of the Star City, so being its head manager was not worse than being in charge of a district. Yun Xinghua was naturally grateful for this arrangement. Yang Kai originally wanted Lu Shui, a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as a commander, but she refused. Her personality was not suitable for works that involved public relations, and she did not like communicating with strangers, so she decided to remain in Voidland as the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, while also serving as a member of the Elder Council. Yang Kai took into account that the cultivators in Voidland would need a master to guide and pass down their experiences, so Lu Shui deciding to assume command of the Martial Hall was also a boon. With this arrangement, everyone in the Star City was assigned their own duties, and the general framework of the Star City was established. In the entire Star City, apart from Void Auction House, which was directly owned by Voidland, there were more than 8 blocks of shops reserved for Voidland, while the other shops would be leased out. Yang Kai had been relatively free recently, so after heating up his furnace and refining some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, he went into retreat. His current situation was a little awkward. He could not leave because he was under close watch by a few cave heavens and paradises, so he could only stay hidden in Voidland, waiting for a 7th-order yin element treasure to arrive at his doorstep. He had a lot of free time now. His wives were all cultivating in retreat, so he could not bother them, which meant he could only cultivate by himself. Whenever he was bored, he would play chess with Bai Shi to kill some time. At the Void Dock, a group of Voidland disciples had nothing to do but did not dare to slack off and decided to patrol in every direction in groups of 3 to 5. There was always at least one Void Dock in each Star City, which served as the gateway in and out of the Star City. It made managing the entries a lot more convenient, Otherwise, anyone could enter the Star City from any location. Unrestricted and unregulated access could lead to unnecessary chaos and even unrest, allowing those with ill intentions to easily slip in and stir up trouble. There was a void dock in Thousand Bird Star City. When the proprietress first brought young Kai there, she was stopped by a master on duty from Great Battle Heaven and had to undergo certain entry procedures. Void Star City aimed to become a top-tier star city, so it was naturally essential to have a functioning void dock. However, Void Star City only had a single void dock. Of course, the current Grand Array set up by Nanmen Da Jun was not very strong, but no one would break the Grand Array unless they wanted to offend Voidland. The one overseeing the void dock was Jin Yuan Lang. The void dock was the face of the Star City, so the one guarding it could not have low cultivation, otherwise, the Star City would inevitably be underestimated. Jin Yuan Lang, who was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, was the perfect choice. This was also a small means by Voidland to display their authority. It was believed that anyone who came here would not dare to look down on Voidland after knowing Jin Yuan Lang, a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master, was guarding the entrance. No matter how big Thousand Bird Star City was, the one guarding its void dock was also a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. It had been almost 2 months since Voidland migrated here, and during this time, the void dock remained quite idle. Since no one came to the Star City, naturally no one passed through the void dock. On this day, however, a disciple was observing the void when he suddenly rubbed his eyes and stared carefully at a certain spot. A shudder ran through him as he shouted, "Someone is approaching." As soon as the shout resounded, the surrounding cultivators moved simultaneously towards the void dock. Some disciples immediately went to report to Jin Yuan Lang, who was cultivating. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-45, Rapidly Rising Popularity. By the time Jin Yuan Lang had walked out of the nearby palace and come to the dock, a ship could be clearly seen approaching from the void. Jin Yuan Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been living in Blood Monster Cave Heaven all this time, so he was not very familiar with the 3,000 worlds. However, after experiencing the battle that destroyed the 100-sect alliance, he had gained a little bit of insight. He could tell at a glance that the ship belonged to a second-class great force. The size of this ship was not small, and was clearly not of a size an ordinary third-class great force could afford. Only a second-class great force was qualified to own something like this. After a while, a disciple from Voidland's side approached the ship to guide it towards the void dock. As soon as the ship was properly berthed, a middle-aged man immediately disembarked, followed by a group of uniformly dressed cultivators with varying degrees of strength. The middle-aged man had a Fourth-Order Open Heaven realm cultivation and wore a light smile on his face. He walked straight to greet Jin Yuan Lang with a cupped fist, gathering Yuan trade firm, Li Jing Yuan, greet sir. May I know how we should address sir? Li Jing Yuan could naturally feel Jin Yuan Lang's Fifth Order Open Heaven realm aura and his heart shuddered slightly. It seemed it was not just a groundless rumor after all. The sudden rapid rise in numbers of mid-rank Open Heaven realm masters in Voidland seemed quite unbelievable to him. After all, the rise of a great force was not an overnight effort, it had to be accumulated slowly over countless years. But he was a little convinced after finding out the man who stood guard over the void dock here was actually a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master. To have a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master guarding their entrance obviously meant there were many more Open Heaven realm masters maintaining the operation of this star city. The news of the collapse of the 100-sect alliance had spread like wildfire over the past few months, and Voidland's name had been widely circulated in the 3,000 worlds ever since. Since gathering Yuan trade firm was a mercantile force that prioritized business, it was naturally well informed about current events in the outer universe. Jin Yuan Lang's face was calm as he replied softly, "This king's surname is Jin." Li Jing Yuan quickly responded, "So it's Sir Jin." Jin Yuan Lang looked up at the ship. "This Jin has been entrusted by Sir Sect Master to safekeep this place by inspecting all who pass through our Void Star City's void dock. For the sake of security, I must ask you a few questions and perform some simple checks. Brother Li, please understand." Li Jing Yuan smiled, "As you should. We will cooperate with Brother Jin's inspection." Jin Yuan Lang nodded with satisfaction, his expression softening a little. "Sir Sect Master has left an order that anyone who enters the Star City, regardless of their cultivation, must register and report their intentions. Different jade tokens will be distributed according to each visitor's intended length of stay. Is Brother Li planning to just stop by here for supplies, or is he planning to stay in the Star City long term?" Li Jingyuan pondered for a while, and replied bluntly, "Sir Jin, we, Gathering Yuan Trade Firm, are always searching for business opportunities, following the Tao of Commerce. Our trade firm has never been to Void Star City before, so we will need to inquire about the situation here before we decide if we want to stay. I wonder how this will be handled." Jin Yuan Lang answered, "That's simple. I will give you a jade token for a short-term stay, valid for 1 month. After a month, if you wish to continue your stay in the Star City, you need only report to the Governor's Mansion to renew or upgrade your jade token. If you don't renew your token in time, you may find yourself in trouble with the Star City law enforcement team." "Very good." Li Jingyuan nodded. He was ordered to come here this time by his headquarters to 1. Verify the existence of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, and 2. To inspect the future prospects of Void Star City. If possible, Gathering Yuan Trade Firm would definitely be willing to set up a branch here, but it also depended on whether Void Star City had the potential to develop in the future. If there was no such potential, naturally there was no reason for them to invest in this place. Meanwhile, Jin Yuan Lang had ordered his subordinates to register the names of everyone from Gathering Yuan Trade Firm and their purpose for visiting. He then issued tokens to each of them. Li Jingyuan was pleased and nodded, "Many thanks, Sir Jin. Please accept this small token of our respect." While speaking, he shoved a space ring towards him. Jin Yuan Lang's brow furrowed slightly before accepting the ring and quietly waving his hand, "Let them pass." A crack opened in the grand array of the Star City, allowing everyone from Gathering Yuan Trade Firm to pass through. Watching the group leave, Jin Yuan Lang looked at the space ring in his hand and found that there were 300 open heaven pills inside. After he was entrusted by Yang Kai to guard the Void Dock, Jin Yuan Lang sought out Chen Tianfei for some advice. After all, it was the first time he had taken up a task like this, and he was really unfamiliar with it. Although Chen Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, he was definitely more experienced than him in this aspect. Chen Tianfei had indeed mentioned that the task of guarding the Void Dock was a very profitable one because gifts were a normal part of the job. It was likely for visitors to enter and exit more than once, so it was better to form good relationships with the one safekeeping the Void Dock, allowing them to save some trouble in the long run. Even when the proprietress took Yang Kai to Thousand Bird Star City for the first time, she did the same thing, so nothing need be said about others. Jin Yuan Lang did not expect that he would be receiving gifts from the very first visitor. 300 open heaven pills was really nothing to him as a 5th order open heaven realm master, but many grains of sand would eventually build a tower, and this was just the beginning. Just when he was about to distribute the 300 open heaven pills to his subordinates, the lookout disciple shouted again, "Elder Jin, someone else is approaching, and there is more than one ship this time." Jin Yuan Lang looked up, and sure enough, he spotted 5 ships heading in this direction. Inside the Star City, Li Jingyuan led a group of people around on a tour of the grounds. To be honest, the scale of Void Star City was indeed not small. If it was well managed and if the population was high enough, it would definitely become a first-class Star City, and this Star City had only just been expanded, so the majority of the shops and lots were still unowned. For any profit-seeking businessman, this was undoubtedly a good place to flex their muscles. After a short round of inspection, Li Jingyuan was already confident that Void Star City had promising prospects. This could not be helped, for the news of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill had already spread far and wide. If they had come here because of that, they certainly would not be the last ones to be attracted. Once more forces began arriving, the popularity of the Star City would not be an issue at all. Furthermore, Li Jingyuan could not help but turn his head to look in the direction where a great behemoth, which was Voidland's headquarters, was lying in the void. Rumor had it that Voidland's headquarters actually rested on the back of an ancient divine spirit. Many had witnessed this with their own eyes on the day it migrated here, causing a huge commotion. Since Voidland's headquarters had migrated here, it showed that it was determined to build up this star city. The sooner one grabbed hold of this kind of opportunity, the greater the rewards one could reap. As for the feud between Voidland and other great forces, Li Jingyuan did not need to worry too much. If war really was initiated, the Star City would not be affected. After all, this was a land of gold, so anyone who planned to usurp this place would not allow it to be destroyed. Therefore, after only 3 days of inspection in the Star City, Li Jingyuan had already made up his mind to set up shop in Void Star City. He was a manager at Gathering Yuan trade firm and had some decision-making power. As long as this matter was done well, his status in the trade firm would also improve. After just 3 days, Li Jingyuan also noticed that a lot more people had arrived in the Star City. The inn where they had been the only occupants was now almost overcrowded. Most of the inns that were open in the Star City were owned by Voidland. The 8 rows of shops reserved by them were dispersed around the Void auction house, and among these shops, some inns were opened, as well as a couple of restaurants. Of course, it was not just Voidland's property that was doing business. Many shopkeepers who had remained in the Star City from before had received new shops in their original spots as compensation and had begun operation hastily. Unfortunately, because of the Star City's low population, the streets were still quite empty. Nevertheless, accommodations were a necessity. One could not be expected to sleep on the street every night, which was why all inns were fully booked now. Voidland had opened 5 inns, but now it seemed that was far from enough. Many cultivators were even forced to rent the empty cave mansions from the governor's mansion. A mountain range in the Star City that was no taller than 3 kilometers, was contributed by Golden Light Dock. Considering that many cultivators would definitely settle in the Star City in the future, it was impossible for them to live in inns every day, so Voidland opened up countless cave mansions in this mountain range. These cave mansions were divided into different categories, and also came with different prices, but all of them were managed directly by the governor's mansion. When the inns were filled, cultivators who had no place to stay could only rent the cave mansions. The cave mansions had a 1-month minimum rental period, and because it was quieter and more private, many flocked to rent such places despite their higher prices. The operation of the inns and restaurants, as well as the rental of the cave mansions, had already gained Voidland a small fortune in the Star City, and this was just the beginning. Since the arrival of Gathering Yuan trade firm to the Star City, the Void Dock had not had a free moment. All the disciples on duty were exhausted, and because there was only one Void Dock in the entire Void Star City, a long line had formed outside, waiting for entry. No one dared to trespass or cut in line, so they could only wait for Jin Yuan Lang to slowly inspect and register them before allowing them to pass through one by one. The popularity of Void Star City had soared through the roof, and showed no signs of cooling down anytime soon. Li Jingyuan led 2 attendants to the governor's mansion, and after reporting his intention, was led into a certain grand hall. In the grand hall, the manager in charge of the Void Star City's properties received him. The manager was an Open Heaven Realm Master from Abundant City and a 4th Order Open Heaven Master, so Li Jingyuan dared not underestimate him. The manager soon activated a projection, displaying the layout of the shops in the entire Star City. Li Jingyuan glanced at this map and pointed to an area that was glowing in green, asking, "Manager Liu, why are these places colored differently?" Manager Liu replied, "The green lots represent land that is already occupied. If you wish to open a storefront, please look for the white ones." Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-46, Too Many Rules. Li Jingyuan was stunned when he heard the words, "I thought we were already quite fast, how did others get ahead of us?" He took a closer look at the areas that were highlighted in green and quickly understood that they were the most central and prosperous areas in the Star City. He suddenly realized that these were the shops reserved by Void Land for itself. The Star City belonged to Void Land, so it was inevitable for them to keep the best locations for themselves. This was something that would happen in every Star City. Secretly thinking to himself that it was a pity, Li Jingyuan pointed to where the next best shops were located, here, here and here. He pointed at more than 10 locations in one go, all of which were where the streets met. Although Li Jingyuan was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, he was a businessman after all and had very sharp eyes. Naturally, he could foresee that these more than 10 places would be the second most popular places in the Star City in the days to come. Once the stores were in his hands, Gathering Yuan trade firm would be able to win the top spot in Voidland, and they would make a steady profit regardless of what kind of businesses they operated in the future. "I'm sorry, fellow brother." The manager suddenly interrupted him. "The governor has decreed that no one can own more than 3 shops in Void Star City. You have picked too many." Li Jingyuan was taken aback for a moment. There is such a rule? He had been to a lot of star cities, but this was the first time he had encountered such a rule. How confident was Void Land to be making such a decision? Were they so sure that the Star City would be so popular in the future that they were already limiting the number of stores one force could occupy in advance? But after thinking about what he had seen and heard for the past 3 days, he felt relieved. As long as there were no accidents, Void Star City would indeed become extremely popular. He pondered for a while, then with a smile on his face, he reached into his sleeve inconspicuously and pulled out a space ring. Placing it in front of the manager quietly, he started, "Sir, we, Gathering Yuan trade firm, run many types of businesses, so 3 shops are really not enough. Couldn't you accommodate another 1 or 2? The manager glanced at the space ring on the table, then shook his head slowly. "Forgive me, the governor has passed down clear orders, I am simply following them." "Is there really no other way?" Li Jingyuan was a little reluctant. The manager shook his head without another word. An idea suddenly struck Li Jingyuan then, and he quickly smiled. 3 shops then. He picked out the best 3 shops from his previous selection, then asked eagerly, "How much does it cost to buy these 3 stores in total?" The manager answered, "The shops in the Star City are only for rent, not for sale." Li Jingyuan frowned. "This is the case for all shops. There are no exceptions." Li Jingyuan's tongue clicked. It was common for the major star cities to reserve their good locations, but there would always be some that could be bought and sold. He never thought that none of the shops in Void Star City were for sale at all. Not wanting to discuss further on this matter, Li Jingyuan replied shortly, "Then I will rent these 3 shops." The manager replied, "There are options of 10-year leases and 100-year leases, the prices differ too. Which one do you want?" The corners of Li Jingyuan's brow twitched. After a long time, Li Jingyuan walked out of the governor's mansion feeling a little tired. He had been to many star cities and dealt with the people who managed properties numerous times, but he had never encountered a star city that had policies like Void Star City did. They are already positioning themselves in such a manner before the population of Void Star City even gathers. How irritating. Moreover, the rental of the shops here was really not cheap, almost 20% more expensive than his original estimates. If it was an ordinary star city, he would not be willing to splurge, but he was so optimistic about the future potential of Void Star City that he agreed to the conditions and signed the agreement with the manager. He originally planned to rent more shops through the hands of his subordinates, but at the moment he gave up on this idea. The rental price of Void Star City's shops were quite expensive. Although he was optimistic about the development prospects here, he decided to act a bit more cautiously. It would not be a great loss to use 3 shops to test the waters first. At least, that was his initial plan. However, just after 2 days, he regretted his caution greatly. That was because, after just a few days, the number of cultivators who had poured into Void Star City was nothing short of a torrent. From a distance, he could see several long lines of flight-type artifacts queuing up at the Void Dock, just waiting to enter the Star City. The street in front of the governor's mansion was brimming with visitors, and he even saw several familiar faces there, all of whom were managers of other trade companies. Needless to say, they were there to lease shops. Li Jingyuan made up his mind to lease more shops through his subordinates, and entered the governor's mansion. Unfortunately, he found that all the shops with good locations that he had his eyes on before had already been rented out. The Star City was beginning to get lively. Since the arrival of Gathering Yuan trade firm, thousands of cultivators had been flowing in from all directions, and as time went by, the numbers continued to increase rapidly. After just a few days, the number of people who were passing through the Void Dock daily exceeded 3,000, and the numbers were climbing rapidly. The dock was so jam-packed that Jin Yuan Lang was beginning to get overwhelmed. He had no choice but to requisition more support. He reported to Yang Kai immediately after receiving the news, and he naturally did not refuse, sending her to personally bring more disciples to the dock to maintain order. With the arrival of a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a large number of Voidland disciples, the situation at the dock improved slightly. A few days later, while reporting the situation in the Star City to Yang Kai, Bian Yuqing became very excited when it came to the matter of the number of cultivators in the Star City. Sect Master, the number of cultivators who have passed through the dock today alone has exceeded 5,300. Yang Kai nodded lightly while he took a sip from his teacup. Although this situation was expected, he felt relieved by the news of the current progression. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that was auctioned before was not wasted. With the emergence of this spirit pill, and the last sentence Lu Shui said at the end of the auction, there was no need for Void Land to deliberately promote the Star City, for others would naturally spread the news for them. Once the news spread out, countless people would be attracted. What about the Star City? How many people are there now? Yang Kai asked again. Approximately 80,000. Our Star City can accommodate up to 1 million people. At this rate, I'm afraid it will be overcrowded within a few months. Yang Kai instructed, Mo Mai will need to increase the number of patrols and the number of law enforcers in the Star City to prevent troubles that could ruin our reputation. Make sure she understands that those who dare to cause problems in the Star City will not be tolerated. Bian Yuqing smiled. Protector Mo has already arrested a number of people in the past few days, all of whom have been sent to the dungeon. Yang Kai looked up in the direction of the Star City, pondering for a moment. The auction should have begun by this time, right? Bian Yuqing nodded. Yes, the auction started about an hour ago, and should be finishing up soon. Who is hosting this time? Manager Yun himself. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The last time, he had no choice but to let Lu Shui take up the task. Still, now that the auction house was under Yun Xinghua's management, and with him being a far more sociable individual, Yun Xinghua was a much more suitable candidate to host the auction. As they were talking, Bian Yuqing suddenly changed her expression, took out a communication bead, and poured her divine sense into it. After a while, she happily reported, Sect Master, there's good news. Yang Kai almost spat out his tea as his eyes widened. Tell me. Bian Yuqing giggled. The auction has ended successfully. The finale item, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, was sold for 3.5 million Open Heaven Pills, and the total revenue with the rest of the auctioned items came to nearly 8 million Open Heaven Pill. Yang Kai almost choked. 3.5 million Open Heaven Pills was far from the true value of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Even 10 million was not sufficient for its worth. The reason for the price this time was probably because the cultivators here were still not fully prepared. The price of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill would surely soar again in the next auction, and by that time, the situation in the Star City would begin to stabilize. As long as Void Land managed the Star City well, there was no need to worry about cultivation resources for its disciples in the future. After solving the issue with resources for Void Land, the next issue was Yang Kai's own resource needs. A seventh-order yin element treasure. He did not even know where to start looking for one, giving Yang Kai a slight headache. Shopkeeper Jin and shopkeeper Tong walked out of Void Auction House absent-mindedly. They had participated in this auction mainly for research purposes and witnessed the popularity of the last Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Compared to the first auction 3 months ago, the auction this time could only be described as brutal. When the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill appeared on the stage, voices screaming bids constantly overlapped each other, and the price climbed so fast that left them both feeling utterly shocked. Brother Jin, we truly picked up an enormous bargain. Shopkeeper Tong spoke solemnly. If it were not for a coincidental opportunity, how could the two of them obtain a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill for a mere 140,000 Open Heaven Pills? The same spirit pill was sold today for 3.5 million Open Heaven Pills, which was dozens of times the price they had paid. At this point, they no longer doubted the authenticity of the spirit pill. Even though they could not recognize it, would all these others not be able to? Besides that, Void Land would never do anything to sabotage their reputation at this critical moment. What we need to do now is to find someone to sell the spirit pill to as soon as possible. Void Star City is becoming more and more popular, and our shops need funds to operate. Shopkeeper Jin replied, Brother Tong, to tell you the truth, someone contacted me privately yesterday, offering 1 million open heaven pills to buy our heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. 1 million? Shopkeeper Tong's eyes widened as he snapped, he might as well just rob us. If he had not participated in today's auction, 1 million would be enough to impress him, but after witnessing the great struggle for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, 1 million was clearly not enough to excite him anymore. Shopkeeper Jin chuckled, I naturally refused, though I think that more people will be contacting us in the next few days. We should not stray far from each other, so we can talk if we encounter a good opportunity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-47, Visitors from Great Moon Province. Day after day, a large number of cultivators poured into the Star City, and in less than a month after the end of the second auction, the number of cultivators residing in the Star City had reached 200,000 according to the statistics of the governor's mansion. Such a number had far exceeded the limit of the previous Void Star City. If Yang Kai had not expanded the scale of the Star City in advance, it would have been extremely cramped. The more people there were, the more problems would happen. There were people picking fights and provoking trouble every single day. The Star City law enforcement team had also arrested many people, which brought the Star City back to stability again. The shopkeepers who had fled before also rushed back and gathered before the governor's mansion to protest to get their shop back. Void Land ignored them, but later on had no choice but to send them to the dungeon after they ignored warnings to not cause a public disturbance. About 1/3 of all the stores in the Star City had been leased out, and the profit from rent alone was a huge number. Merchants from near and far had come to rent shops. This further drove the popularity of the Star City. Void Star City was no longer a desolate backwater, and one could buy any goods they looked for and could sell anything they wanted to sell. Everything was on track. As long as they could sustain this pace for a year and a half, the Star City could be completely stabilized and form a healthy circulation. By then, there would be no need to worry anymore. Everyone was waiting for the start of the third auction. Bian Yu Qing would come every half-month to report on the situation of the Star City to Yang Kai at his residing palace, and today was no exception. Sect Master, according to the observation of this subordinate, people from the cave heavens and paradises have arrived in the Star City, but have hidden their identities. It's impossible to identify which cave heaven or paradise they're from. Yang Kai gave a small nod. The matter regarding the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is very important. It's only natural for them to send people to investigate. Then Sect Master, should we make contact with them? Yang Kai shook his head, just ignore them. Since they have hidden their identities, they obviously don't want to reveal themselves. If they really want something, they will naturally come to us. Ian, was it a pair of Star City shopkeepers who bought the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the first auction for 140,000 open heaven pills? Bian Yu Qing replied with a smile, Sect Master is correct. Shopkeeper Jin and Shopkeeper Tong both originally ran small shops, but had no choice but to stay back because they were reluctant to abandon their property, allowing them to pick up a great bargain instead. Send someone to protect them. Be cautious if someone comes in contact with them and wants to buy the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Bian Yu Qing's expression changed slightly. Does Sect Master mean? Yang Kai smiled slightly, no harm being prepared. Bian Yu Qing understood and bowed, rest assured, Sect Master. Elder Lu promised them before that if they needed help in the sale of spirit pill, they could inform Voidland, and we would act as an intermediary. They have no background or backing, so if they really want to sell off the spirit pill, they would definitely seek help from Voidland. That's good. In addition, quietly spread the news that I need a high-rank yin element treasure. Yes. Bian Yu Qing bowed. If Sect Master has no other orders, this subordinate will retreat now. Go. Yang Kai waved his hand. Bian Yu Qing stepped back respectfully, but turned back as soon as she left. Yang Kai looked at her. Is there anything else? Bian Yuqing reported, Sect Master, I just received news that some of your friends have come to Void Land and want to visit with you. Friends? Yang Kai raised his brows. Who? I was told that they're from Great Moon Province, but I don't know who they are. Great Moon Province. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, suddenly having an idea of who they were, so he immediately called out, bring them in. Yes. After a while, Yang Kai stood outside his palace with a smile on his face, watching a group of people speeding towards him. When they approached, he took a few steps forward to greet them. Led by Bian Yuqing personally, the group landed not far in front of Yang Kai. The leader of the group was a burly man, accompanied by a pretty woman. Both of them were third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They were Wei Qiu and Dao Rongfang from Great Moon Province, whom Yang Kai had met years ago. Behind them stood 2 men and 2 women. All 6 of them were familiar faces, and many memories flitted through Yang Kai's mind as his eyes swept across them. However, they all seemed very reserved. Great Moon Province was only a third-class great force, and its leader was only a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Voidland now possessed the atmosphere of a top-tier second-class great force, with numerous mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. It was inevitable for them to feel stressed to be here. The guests saw Yang Kai, who had come out to greet them, and the older-looking man and one of the women were delighted, speeding up their pace a little, but they seemed to remember something a moment later and slowed down slightly. Great Moon Province's Wei Qiu greets Sect Master Yang. Wei Qiu took a step forward, cupped his fist and shouted. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to hold him up and said with a smile, Senior Wei, it's good to see you again. Wei Qiu broke into a grin at the word senior, and his stiffened body relaxed a lot. Yang Kai turned to Dao Rongfang again, nodding gently, Senior Dao. Dao Rongfang bowed elegantly, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai then looked at the 2 men and 2 women behind them with a happy smile on his face. Old Fang too was smiling, but his smile was a little stiff. Meng Hong on the other hand, who was standing beside him, looked perfectly calm. Meng Hong had been with Yang Kai for over 10 years in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and formed a close friendship with him. Therefore, even though Yang Kai was now the owner of a prosperous great force, with powerful subordinates, Meng Hong did not feel too much pressure. Behind the 2 were Dai Yu and our Sunday. At this moment, Dai Yu was looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. She could not help but recall the days when they all lived together in Seven Wonders Land. Back then, when the very ground under their feet was still Seven Wonders Land, they lived a life without hope for the future, wasting away their time and resources for trivial third-order materials. Even as a mere worker, however, Yang Kai was able to find a way to thrive, and now, after years of separation, he was the owner of this land. It was indeed true that capable people were able to achieve more than what ordinary people could. Old Fang was grinning, he did not know what to say. Before coming here, he thought about what to say to Yang Kai when they met, but was really intimidated by the prosperity of the Star City and the strength of Voidland when he arrived. Yang Kai took 2 steps forward, and gave Old Fang a hearty bear hug while Old Fang continued to gaze at him dumbfounded, giving him a huge pat on the back. I haven't seen you for many years, Old Fang, you're looking older than ever. Old Fang's initially stiff body immediately twitched and he shouted angrily, Nonsense, despite this old master's age, he is still as mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, how am I getting old? Yang Kai's warm welcome had made him forego his embarrassment and anxiety. He chuckled and shook his head, You brat. Yang Kai let go of him, turned to Dai Yu and our son with open arms. You two on the other hand have grown even more beautiful. Dai Yu blushed and swerved away, glaring at Yang Kai. Our son foolishly wanted to lean forward and accept the embrace, but Dai Yu hurriedly grabbed her and snapped, He's trying to take advantage of you, you silly girl. Our son suddenly realized, then made a face at Yang Kai as she shouted, My master is here, be careful or she'll beat you up. To the side, Dao Rongfang laughed dryly. Given that Yang Kai's identity was different now and she was just a third-order Open Heaven Realm Master, how would she dare to make a move against him in Voidland? If her disciple was really taken advantage of, all she could do was to pretend not to see it. It's just a hug, you won't lose anything. Yang Kai complained, look how generous Old Fang was. Bah. Dai Yu spat, he's an old man, How can he be the same as us? Old Fang was suddenly upset. Who's an old man? The group quarreled noisily, and the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The previous respect and caution was longer present. Wei Qiu and Dao Rong Fang exchanged glances, grateful that Yang Kai had deliberately broken the ice between them. It seemed that their trip here was not a mistake. Even though Yang Kai now held a lofty position, he never despised them for their weakness, and all the previous worries had vanished. Brother Meng. Yang Kai saluted to Meng Hong again. Meng Hong saluted back. Brother Yang. Meng Hong was quite likable, and one of the 3 mid-rank world fruits Yang Kai had was given to him by Meng Hong. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Meng Hong received much help and protection from Yang Kai, allowing him and the other Great Moon Province disciples to remain unscathed. The mid-rank world fruit was Meng Hong's way of thanking Yang Kai. However, only 1 out of the 3 mid-rank world fruits were left. One of them was given to Yu He to help her advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and another was given to Lu Shui for her advancement to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. You have traveled far. Let's talk inside. Yang Kai ushered them in warmly, and turned to instructed Bian Yu Qing, prepare a banquet. Today, I won't go home unless I'm drunk with these old friend. Yes. Bian Yu Qing saluted elegantly and left immediately. After a while, in the main hall, wine flowed freely and cups went gaily round, making for a lively atmosphere. Yang Kai, Old Fang, our son, and Dai Yu were all workers in 7 Wonders Land previously. Everyone reminisced sadly as they looked back on the days when it seemed that they would never see the light at the end of the tunnel. Who would have thought they could ever escape 7 Wonders Land? Perhaps only Yang Kai, who had been planning his escape since the first day he entered 7 Wonders Land. Old Fang and Dai Yu had been enslaved by 7 Wonders Land for hundreds of years, and if it was not for Yang Kai, who threw everything into chaos and finally led them to escape, they would not have been able to ever have a new life. But now, the once worker of the land was the overlord of Voidland, leader of over 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even the owner of a thriving star city that was renowned throughout the 3,000 worlds. Although Old Fang and the others did not have grand accomplishments like Yang Kai did, they were still doing pretty well in Great Moon Province. At the very least, there was hope for the future, and the days were no longer as dark as they used to be. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-48, An Exchange of Gifts. Yang Kai's, Old Fang's, and the others' voices and laughter resounded endlessly in the banquet hall. Wei Qiu and Dao Rong Fang looked at each other secretly, feeling relieved. They had come here by the orders of the leader of Great Moon Province to make a request. They were initially a little worried about whether it would go well, but now it seemed that the 2 of them were unnecessarily anxious. Yang Kai was obviously someone who cherished old friendships. In this case, the matter regarding Great Moon Province's request should not be difficult. However, it was not a good time to bring it up, so they could only wait for an opportunity. But who could have imagined that the owner of Voidland, the man who destroyed the 100-sect alliance and killed off more than 10,000 with a single order, the one who beheaded a mighty 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, Kongfeng, would be such a genial person? Previously, the 100-sect alliance was led by Heavenly Sword Union to besiege Void Land but instead had the tables turned on them. When they received such news, Great Moon Province found it hard to believe them. Even though they had learned that Yang Kai had occupied 7 Wonders Land, renamed it Voidland, and became its new owner, the 100-sect alliance was formidable, not to mention that it had several second-class great forces such as Heavenly Sword Union in it. After confirming from various sources that the information was true, Great Moon Province was greatly shaken. Old Fang and the others had wanted to come and provide help. Although their strength was limited, they had gone through life or death together with Yang Kai. Back then, when Yang Kai was pursued by many great forces after robbing the Golden Crow Corpse and hiding in First Inn, they had no choice but to follow Wei Qiu to Great Moon Province. They still felt guilty because of that. They felt as though they had abandoned Yang Kai. It was only natural that they felt uneasy when they learned that Yang Kai was in trouble. However, Void Land had become famous through this battle. Later, when it was reported that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill had appeared in Void Star City, the leader of Great Moon Province agreed to Old Fang's and the others' request and ordered Wei Qiu and Dao Rongfang to be their escorts. It may appear that they were just going to escort Old Fang and the others to Voidland, but in fact, Wei Qiu and Dao Rongfang had another task. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yang Kai asked Old Fang and the others about their cultivation. Old Fang took a gulp of wine, wiped his mouth, and replied with a chuckle, "This old master is just an old man, I don't want to fuss around anymore. It's already not bad to achieve the 3rd order open heaven realm in the future, but Xiao Yu and the others used the Tai Yi soul cleansing water that you gave them to wipe clean the powers in their Dao seals and have started cultivating from the beginning again." After leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and occupying 7 Wonders land, Yang Kai sent Meng Hong to provide Old Fang and the others some cultivation resources, including the Tai Yi soul cleansing water and complete sets of 5th order heaven realm materials. However, one needed great will and daring to use the Tai Yi soul cleansing water. Old Fang had low ambitions and was already quite old. He might just die if he pushed himself too much. As such, he simply accepted his fate. Although 3rd order open heaven realm was a lower starting point, as long as one worked hard over time, they still had hope to advance to the 5th order open heaven realm. It would just take a little longer. However, with the combination of Meng Hong's example and experience and their own careful consideration, it seemed that Dai Yu and our son had chosen to use the Tai Yi soul cleansing water to cleanse their Dao seals, and restarted their cultivation. Now both of them were condensing the 5th order elements, with the hopes that they could directly achieve the 5th order open heaven realm in the future. Their starting point would be much higher than that of Old Fang's, and their road ahead would thus stretch further. Wei Qiu and Dao Rongfang were a little worried about the dangers they might encounter while advancing to the open heaven realm in the future. After all, although both of their aptitudes were good, condensing 5th order powers was still quite risky. Since Yang Kai was someone who cherished old friendships dearly though, he would not ignore them. Now that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was auctioned here in Voidland, it should not be a problem to get 2 to help with their advancement. Yang Kai turned to look at Dai Yu and our son, and although he did not know how much suffering the 2 had gone through, he could imagine that it would not be far off from what happened to Meng Hong when he took the Tai Yi soul cleansing water previously. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai turned to address Wei Qiu, "Senior Wei, this junior has a request that he wonders if senior would agree to." Wei Qiu hurriedly sat up straight and replied sternly, "Sect Master Yang, please speak freely. I, Wei Qiu, will never refuse as long as I'm capable." The only reason Yang Kai called him senior was because of his friendship with Old Fang and the others, so Wei Qiu did not dare to show a trace of arrogance. The handsome young man before him was capable of killing over 10,000 cultivators. He was the one who annihilated the 100-sect alliance with a single order and was the one who personally cut off the head of a 6th order open heaven realm master. Wei Qiu was aware that his own Great Moon Province was not even worthy of carrying Heavenly Sword Union's shoes. Yang Kai proceeded, "Enemies targeted our Void Land recently, and the Star City faced a major downturn. Now that we have achieved a great victory, it is time to focus on raising our Star City's popularity. Since you are already here, this Yang hopes you will not leave too quickly. I would like to ask Senior to continue his stay in the Star City. I can allocate a few shops to Great Moon Province. No matter what business Great Moon Province does, it will be of great help to me." Wei Qiu gasped and stood up quickly, his face turning red. "Sect Master Yang, Titi this is." The mission given to him and Dao Rongfang by their leader was to obtain a shop in Void Star City, one shop. Great Moon Province was not a very accomplished or ambitious sect, while Void Star City's popularity was rising at an astonishing rate. If one could secure even a single stall here and run some small businesses, it could be a great help to maintain one's livelihood and sustain the cultivation needs of one's disciples. Wei Qiu was still pondering how to bring this issue up with Yang Kai, so he never thought that Yang Kai would take the initiative to mention it. In all honesty, what could they do to help Voidland? Yang Kai was only phrasing it this way to give them face. They passed by the Star City before arriving here, and it was clearly overflowing with vitality while all the shops were doing very well. Why would Voidland need a trivial Great Moon Province to help? Yang Kai had long seen their intention of coming here. Wei Qiu was now thoroughly embarrassed. Yang Kai smiled. Or does Senior Wei think that Void Star City is facing a bleak future? If so, I won't insist. That is absolutely not true, Sect Master Yang. Wei Qiu flailed his arms wildly as he hurriedly stated, being able to stay in Void Star City is exactly what Great Moon Province wished for, and if that's the case, I would like to thank Sect Master Yang for his deep kindness. He then cupped his fist solemnly. Yang Kai nodded and turned to Bian Yu Qing, who was sitting next to him. Go back to the governor's mansion to make arrangements. Have the manager in charge of the Star City shops to reserve 5 premium-located stores under Great Moon Province's name. Bian Yu Qing was slightly startled, but quickly replied, Yes, Sect Master, rest assured, I'll see to it right away. Reserving shops under the name of Great Moon Province meant that ownership itself would be transferred to them, not leased. In other words, these 5 stores would belong exclusively to Great Moon Province in the future, and would no longer belong to Voidland. Wei Qiu obviously understood the meaning of this, and exclaimed involuntarily, Sect Master Yang, how could we possibly accept such generosity? 5 is too many for Great Moon Province, 1 is enough. Great Moon Province was a mere third-class great force, so it was not an exaggeration that they would not know what to do with 5 shops. It was just as Wei Qiu said, 1 shop was plenty. Yang Kai raised his hand, say no more, Senior Wei. These 5 shops will be entrusted to you, whether Great Moon Province chooses to do business with them or lease them out, it will be for you to decide. Old Fang and the others are dear friends of mine, and Brother Meng and I have faced many life and death tribulations together in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. On top of that, Brother Meng even gifted me an incredibly precious treasure. These trivial 5 shops are nothing compared to such things. How could Wei Qiu refuse after what Yang Kai had said? With no other choice, he cupped fists and bowed his head deeply. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. However, he was still a little puzzled. What did Meng Hong give to Yang Kai that could be called an incredibly precious treasure? However, now was not the right time to ask, so he could only suppress his curiosity. Yang Kai was not just trying to be polite. After all, how could a mere 5 shops compare to a mid-rank world fruit? Not to mention 5, even 50 shops would still pale in comparison. That was a treasure that could help a mid-rank open heaven realm master directly advance by a whole order, and would even increase their lifetime limit by an order. Such a treasure would even be of extreme interest to high-rank open heaven realm masters. It was not that Yang Kai was reluctant to give more shops to Great Moon Province, but he was also aware of Great Moon Province's limitations. It was useless to give them more shops and would only attract the greed of others, causing more harm than good. When the banquet ended, the members of Great Moon Province left, with Bian Yu Qing personally leading them to the governor's mansion in the Star City to select the locations of their 5 new shops. The news that the owner of Voidland required a high-rank yin element treasure spread out quietly. Yang Kai hoped that someone would secretly come to him to trade, but no one approached even after waiting for a long time, though some people did come to give information of places where he might find high-rank yin element treasures. Yang Kai sent subordinates to inquire about the credibility of this information, but the results were disappointing. Most people just made fraudulent reports in the hopes of gaining some benefits, while the ones who did provide legitimate possibilities only did so for places Voidland could not confirm or even approach, so the matter was left to drift. Yang Kai sighed. It seemed that high-rank yin element treasures were only accessible by the cave heavens and paradises. As time passed, the number of people residing in the Star City reached as high as 500,000. Such a scale had already surpassed the limits of a second-class Star City, and it was steadily developing into a first-class one. On the eve of the 3rd auction, another old friend came to visit. After receiving the report from Bian Yu Qing, Yang Kai ordered her to be shown in. In the reception hall, Yang Kai smiled as he watched a great beauty sashay in, senior sister Chu. Chu Hua Shong smiled enchantingly, her eyes radiating an intense charm. As her lashes fluttered lightly, she asked sweetly, Junior brother Yang, have you been thinking of me? Bian Yu Qing, who brought her in, glanced at Chu Hua Shong with a strange expression, but quickly lowered her eyes again. Yang Kai half choked, half laughed, thinking to himself, this enchantress is still so unfiltered with her words. He was about to tease her in return when suddenly his expression changed. With a raised brow he asked, "Has senior sister advanced to the open heaven realm?" At this moment, a world force aura was lingering around Chu Huashong, but it seemed that she had just broken through, so her cultivation had not been completely stabilized yet, so she was not able to withdraw her aura freely. Marshall Peak, Chapter 43-49, Big Appetite. Thanks to junior brother, this senior sister was fortunate enough to break through after leaving the blood monster cave heaven. Chu Huashong covered her lips and giggled. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. This seductress told him before that she was cultivating the heartless Tao. If she wanted to advance to the open heaven realm, she had to fall in love with someone and then cut ties with that love. At that time, she had told him frankly that he was the one who she chose to fall in love with and give up the love she had for him. They went through dire situations together and supported each other throughout the blood monster cave heaven. Being alone together, even a man like Yang Kai who had seen plenty of beauties could not help feeling some fondness for Chu Huashong. However, due to various reasons, he did not want to overstep his boundaries. However, Chu Huashan had apparently already fallen in love along the way. It was easy to fall in love, but not so much to cut ties. Now that Chu Huashong has advanced to open heaven realm, it meant that she has successfully given up her love, but Yang Kai had no idea how she had done it and was still standing here in front of him, flirting so casually. Obviously, Yin-Yang Cave Heaven should have some special methods. Whatever the case was, Yang Kai was truly happy that she had advanced to the open heaven realm, and he immediately cupped his fist with a smile. Congratulations, senior sister. Having the sixth order open heaven as your starting point, senior sister's name will surely resound throughout the 3,000 worlds in the future. Chu Huashong pouted, "What's there to congratulate? This senior sister's heart is hurting so bad. If you don't believe me, you can feel it yourself." After saying so, she puffed her chest out and leaned towards Yang Kai. Bian Yu Qing's head was lowered so far by now that it was like she wanted to bury her head in the ground. Yang Kai could not stand it any longer and hastily took 2 steps back. Ahum, ahum, a soft cough suddenly came from beside him, and a somewhat familiar voice followed after. "This old master is not dead yet. If the two of you are going to flirt, can you please not do it in front of this old man? This old man is getting old and his blood chi is not so strong anymore. The stimulation isn't good for me." Yang Kai turned to look at him. "You are." Chu Huashong did not come alone. She was accompanied by another person covered in black clothes, making it difficult to make out the body, appearance, or even gender of this individual. But as soon as Yang Kai heard the voice, he could tell that the person was a man, and he should be quite elderly. Moreover, Yang Kai felt that he should have met this person before, otherwise, the voice would not have sounded familiar. The man lifted his hood, revealing an old face with a slight smile. He cupped his fist. "Sect Master Yang, we meet again." Yang Kai pondered for a while, then suddenly asked, "Old Jew?" This elderly man was obviously the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Azura Cave Heaven. His surname was Jew, and that was all Yang Kai knew about his name. He only knew Old Jew because he was the person in charge of the Azura Arena in Thousand Bird Star City. The last time Yang Kai went to Thousand Bird Star City in search of the proprietress, he was forced by Yu Luo Sho, a core disciple of Azura Cave Heaven, to participate in a bout in the Azura Arena against her. In that battle, Yang Kai bet 100 million open heaven pills on himself, and won a fortune with the 10:1 odds against him. In the end, it was Old Jew who came forward and handed over his prize. At that time, Old Jew also compensated Yang Kai an extra 150 million with an agreement that he would never set foot in any Azura arena again in the future. Yang Kai could truly be called invincible below the open heaven realm. Even Yu Luo Sho was beaten by him in a single move. With such a display, Old Jew really had no choice but to make such a proposal. There was no way Yang Kai would not want to gain benefits without any cost. In addition to that, Old Jew also revealed that some cave heavens and paradises were targeting him, so it was a good trade. Facts had proven that what Old Jew said was right. The tree that rises above the forest would be the first one toppled by the wind. In the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai was targeted by many disciples from various cave heavens and paradises, especially Pei Wenxian from Myriad Demon Heaven and Yin Xinjiao from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven, both of whom repeatedly tried to kill him. Yang Kai did not expect that the person who came to Voidland with Chu Huashong was actually Old Ju. He had always thought it was some master from Yin Yang Heaven who was sent to protect Chu Huashong. Now that he thought about it though, this situation made more sense. Now that Chu Huashong was a sixth-order master, despite not having full control of her strength, there were not many left in this world who could threaten her. All the high-rank open heaven realm masters were old monsters, so who would embarrass a junior for nothing? Yang Kai was of course an exception. He stood out too much and represented a future threat that forced two high-rank open heaven realm masters to secretly establish the 100-sect alliance. In the end, these two masters were forced to act personally, but were ultimately deterred by two divine spirits. Why is Old Ju here instead of tending to Thousand Bird Star City's Azura arena? And with senior sister Chu too, for what reason have you come today? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Chu Huashong replied, this senior sister met manager Ju right outside Voidland. We didn't make any arrangements in advance. Manager Ju asked me to help bring him in, probably because he had something to discuss with junior brother Yang. The people of the cave heavens and paradises were more or less allies. Chu Huashong had also been to Thousand Bird Star City, so she naturally recognized manager Ju. Chu Huashong could not refuse if manager Ju made such a request, and it wasn't a big deal anyway. Yang Kai would not blame her for this, so she made the decision on her own. Manager Ju smiled slightly. This old master is here to discuss something with Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's eyes flashed before replying with a smile, please come in and talk. They were guests after all, so Yang Kai could not let them stand outside forever, that would be quite rude. The two of them entered while Bian Yuqing made arrangements for the maidservants to serve fruit and tea before leaving. After taking a few sips of tea and saying a few pleasantries, manager Ju got down to business. This old master is here on the orders from the master sect. There are two things for which we would like to partner with Voidland. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Partner? Indeed. Manager Ju nodded. Yang Kai played with the teacup in his hand and asked, didn't old Ju hear about the battle that happened in Voidland recently? The 100-sect alliance suddenly ambushed us, and Voidland was forced to fight back. The battle resulted in over 10,000 casualties, including countless open heaven realm masters. Various cave heavens and paradises are already openly targeting me. Are you not afraid that you might upset others if Azura Cave Heaven does business with me? Manager Ju chuckled. Even Sect Master Yang said that it was the 100-sect alliance that invaded your Voidland. It has nothing to do with the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai looked at him with a half-smile. Manager Ju shifted his gaze uncomfortably before lightly clearing his throat. Sect Master Yang is a worldly man, there's no need to state things so bluntly. The 100-sect alliance seemingly had the upper hand, and they knew well about your Voidland, but still ended up in a disastrous defeat. Even Kong Feng was captured in the end, otherwise, those two would not have shown up rashly. Yang Kai replied lightly, does manager Ju mean that my Voidland should have been breached and all of our 600,000 disciples living here should have been ruthlessly exterminated? Manager Ju noticed his displeased expression, then quickly added, Sect Master Yang is too serious. This old master did not mean to imply that. Yang Kai softly snorted. Manager Ju continued solemnly, what this old master meant to say was that even the 100-sect alliance couldn't defeat Voidland, and unless the cave heavens and paradises take action themselves, no one can do anything to Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. Now Voidland even has two divine spirits protecting it, with one of them being Bai Shi, who has lived for countless millennia. One would have to gather at least 5 8th-order open heaven realm masters if they wanted to take down Voidland without suffering disastrous losses. Has Bai Shi's identity been exposed? Yang Kai's heart clenched, however, it was not surprising when he thought about it. It was not something that could be hidden any longer after so many people witnessed Voidland's blatant migration. It doesn't mean that the cave heavens and paradises are not capable of dispatching such a lineup. Every cave heaven and paradise has extraordinary heritage, So which one of them does not have at least a few 8th order open heaven realm masters? It's just that those 8th order open heaven realm masters have long since stopped caring about worldly affairs, and are always cultivating in retreat. They will not show up unless a true disaster appears. So it's essentially impossible to gather 5 8th order open heaven realm masters. Manager Ju explained eloquently, so Sect Master Yang, as long as Voidland does not threaten the existence of any cave heaven or paradise, there will be no more worries. No one would dare to attack Voidland again. Yang Kai smiled slightly, so is that why Azura Cave Heaven wants to partner with me? Manager Ju replied sternly, Voidland is also qualified to partner with my Azura Cave Heaven. Yang Kai pondered for a while before nodding. What does Azura Cave Heaven want to partner with me on? Manager Ju answered, Sect Master Yang has been to the Azura Arena, so you should know that it is my Azura Cave Heaven's biggest source of income and one of its most important training facilities. All other first-class star cities have their own Azura arenas, even some second-class star cities have Azura arenas. Now that Void Star City is so popular and it is still continuing to rise, Azura Cave Heaven naturally doesn't want to miss out on such an opportunity, so the Master Sect has sent this old master here to build an Azura arena. I see. So that's the proposal. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai has experienced the popularity of the Azura arena. As a place that used violence to solve all matters, the Azura arena was a good place for hot-tempered cultivators with grievances that could not be resolved with words, or for bloodthirsty cultivators who were hindered by various rules to vent out their frustrations. That was the reason why the Azura arena was so well liked. When Void Star City was rebuilt and the new governor's mansion established, the law enforcement team were deployed and anyone who dared to start a quarrel or stir up trouble would all be quickly suppressed and captured. In this way, although the order of the Star City could be maintained, grudges and grievances would inevitably rise up in the long run. Some things were better to be allowed to happen than to be prevented. If an Azura arena was built in the Star City, it would be a good place to settle such issues and for those who like to cause trouble to vent. Furthermore, the existence of the Azura arena could definitely enhance the popularity of the Star City and drive its development even further. This was a win-win situation for Voidland and Azura Heaven. Yang Kai had no reason to disagree. So after just a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai nodded and agreed. This Yang is glad that Azura Cave Heaven is willing to build an Azura arena in my Void Star City, but Voidland will need to participate in this venture. Manager Ju frowned. What does Sect Master Yang mean? Yang Kai replied, the land required for the Azura arena will be provided by Voidland free of rent or taxes, but Voidland will require 30% of the profits made. Manager Ju gaped at him but quickly smiled. Sect Master Yang, isn't your appetite a little too big? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4350, Bargaining. If the Star City was a goose that laid golden eggs, the auction house and Azura arena would be the biggest and heaviest eggs. The auction house was independently operated by Voidland, and no one else could intervene at all. It was the one and only auction house in the entire Void Star City, and Voidland was still not satisfied and wanted to intervene in the Azura arena too. This was an extraordinarily large appetite. Yang Kai chuckled. Is it that big? I don't think so. Old Ju is a sensible person. My Void Star City has only been established for a trivial few months, yet it has already become so popular and is far from reaching its peak. One can imagine what the future will be like. Millions of cultivators will flow through this city regularly, and Azura Cave Heaven building an Azura arena in my Star City would be equivalent to planting a tree that grows leaves of money here. Voidland will provide you with the venue, free of rent, free of tax, for just a 30% share of the profits. This deal is more than fair. Manager Ju frowned as he spoke. Sect Master Yang, Azura Arena is one of the most important industries of my Azura Cave Heaven, and there is no room for any mistakes. Can you change the conditions? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Old Ju, don't tell me that no other great force takes a share of the Azura Arena's profits in other cities. As far as I know, Great Battle Heaven takes a significant share of the profits earned by the Azura Arena in Thousand Bird Star City, yes? Why is it that Great Battle Heaven is cut in but my Voidland isn't? Is it because my void land is not good enough for Azura Cave Heaven? Old Jew hurriedly answered, Sect Master Yang is too serious. This old master never said as such. Although he was a manager from Azura Cave Heaven and also a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he did not dare to be offensive in the slightest inside Void Land. This was the place where hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters recently died, and with 2 mature divine spirits keeping watch, who dared to underestimate Voidland? No other second-class great force could make someone like Manager Jew set his pride aside like this. After pondering for a while, Old Jew offered, Sect Master Yang is right, many other great forces do share profits of the Azura arenas, but no one has ever taken 30%. Even Great Battle Heaven only gets 20% of the profits from the Azura arena in Thousand Bird Star City. How about this? This old master will offer Voidland 10%, does that sound good? 30%, nothing less. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Old Jew smiled bitterly, Sect Master Yang, such a price is unreasonable. 30% is really non-negotiable. Yang Kai flicked off imaginary dust on his clothes and smiled, I only intend to allow Azura Cave Heaven to establish an Azura arena in this star city because the name of Azura Arena is well known, making it convenient for advertisement. But even without the Azura Arena, I can well build a similar venue on my own in this star city, with a similar name, like Blood Arena. What do you think? Old Jew's face twitched slightly, completely speechless. Then again, if Yang Kai really planned to build a Blood Arena and completely cut out Azura Cave Heaven, there was really nothing they could do. Azura Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens, so the existence or loss of a single Azura arena did not matter much to the Master Sect, but it meant a great deal to Manager Jew, who was just a trivial manager. The matter could bring him a lot of benefits, so it was not something he could just ignore. After a while of careful consideration, Manager Jew spoke, 30% is really too much. This old master can't make such a decision on his own and will need to consult his superiors. But if Sect Master Yang can agree to another condition, this old master can guarantee that the Master Sect will agree to this proposal. Another condition? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Manager Jew smiled, this is the second matter this old master is here to discuss with Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai gestured for him to continue. Manager Jew coughed lightly, I heard that your noble sect has auctioned 2 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills in recent months. I was wondering if that was true or not. Yang Kai knew that this old guy was really here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, so his expression remained unchanged as he snickered silently to himself. After waiting for such a long time, it seemed things were finally getting started. Yang Kai nodded lightly, Voidland did auction 2 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. Manager Jew's expression brightened, and it was said that the Void Auction House will host an auction every 3 months from now on, where a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. Correct. Manager Jew's eyes sparkled a little as he asked, so, does that mean that your noble sect is capable of refining this lost ancient pill? Could it be that your noble sect has found a source of world source liquid? When he asked the question, Chu Hua Shong, who had been silent all the time, also had her beautiful eyes flash as she stared eagerly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled without answering. Manager Jew continued, before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, Red Cloud's auction house once auctioned a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and the recipe for this pill. As far as I know, those items were won by Sect Master Yang, but the spirit pill was exchanged for a 7th Order Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng with an Elder from Sword Pavilion, while the pill recipe was left. But according to the recipe, World Source Liquid was required to refine this spirit pill, and World Source Liquid has long since disappeared from the 3000 worlds. Now that Voidland is able to take out a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill every 3 months for auction, it could only mean that Voidland had found a way to obtain World Source Liquid. There is no other explanation for why so many rare spirit pills could be auctioned. The extinction of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was because of the extinction of World Source Liquid. It was a treasure that was formed by chance when a new world was born. Where could it be found now? This situation was inevitable, and Yang Kai had already expected this would happen when he decided to use the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to help bolster the popularity of his star city. Taking a sip of his tea, Yang Kai smiled. Blood Monster Divine Monarch left many good things behind inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace, including some world source liquid. Manager Ju looked at him hesitantly, not sure if he should believe him. However, obviously, the timing fit. Yang Kai obtained the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill and its pill recipe before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, and the Spirit Pill was only first auctioned in the Star City after the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed. It was entirely possible that Yang Kai really got world source liquid from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Yang Kai moved the conversation forward with a smile. Does Azura Cave Heaven also need this Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? Manager Ju replied, who wouldn't want such a spirit pill? I'm afraid that many from the Cave Heavens and Paradises have quietly entered Void Star City, waiting for the next auction. Don't tell me that you, Sect Master Yang, are unaware of this. It did not matter for the other Cave Heavens and Paradises whether they snuck in or announced their presence, but it was different for Azura Cave Heaven. If they really wanted to build an Azura arena here, they would have to show up sooner or later. The Azura arena was a symbol of Azura Cave Heaven, and that was the reason Manager Ju visited Yang Kai. However, he had no idea what Yang Kai's impression towards the Cave Heavens and Paradises were after the previous battle, so he asked Chu Hua Shong to help bring him in. Just in case he got rejected by Yang Kai after notifying him of his visit. Yang Kai put down the teacup and asked bluntly, how many does Azura Cave Heaven need? Manager Ju chuckled, the more the better, of course. Yang Kai burst out laughing. Does old Ju think that the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills are cabbages? If I hadn't needed financial resources for Voidland and needed to build up my Star City, I would never have sold a single Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to the public. These are very rare, and I don't have much world source liquid on hand, so it will run out from refining some of these spirit pills. Manager Ju nodded in reply. This old master understands that. How about this? If Sect Master Yang sells 10 of these spirit pills to Azura Cave Heaven, this old master will guarantee Sect Master Yang's request regarding the Azura arena is granted. 10. Manager Ju sure does know how to open his mouth wide. Yang Kai's face stiffened. Manager Ju chuckled heartily. We will never take advantage of Voidland. We will offer 8 million for each spirit pill. What do you say? Yang Kai nodded. The price is very fair, but 10 is really too many. Voidland doesn't have such a quantity. The look on Yang Kai's face showed Manager Ju that he was probably pushing a little too hard. Of course, if he knew that Yang Kai had given Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to people trying to advance to the Second Order Open Heaven realm, he would have coughed up 10 mouthfuls of blood and died on the spot. These extremely coveted spirit pills really weren't treated much differently than cabbages in Voidland. If 10 is too many, 8 will do, no fewer. 3 pieces max. Manager Ju was a little speechless. 3 is just too few. Sect Master Yang is too stingy. Yang Kai replied sternly, I'm not stingy, I really can't come up with more. Manager Ju urged further. How about 5? Yang Kai tapped the armrest of the chair lightly and pondered for a long time before he spoke. Since Manager Ju has made a proposition, allow me to make a counteroffer. If Manager Ju can agree to this condition, I don't even want the 30% share from the Azura arena. Not only that, I will also give you the 5 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills free of charge. Manager Ju's face became excited at the words. What is it that Sect Master Yang wants? Yang Kai raised a finger, a high-rank yin element treasure. The excitement on Manager Ju's face was immediately replaced by bitterness, as he muttered embarrassedly, Sect Master Yang, aren't you intentionally making things difficult? Yang Kai replied, Azura Cave Heaven runs many industries and has existed for eons. A single high-rank yin element treasure is surely just a drop in the bucket for you. How is asking for one making things difficult? Sect Master Yang should know that what this old master referred to was not the value of this high-rank material. Manager Ju replied exasperatedly. After a pause, he continued, since ancient times, despite the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises having occasional disputes, we have always been generally united, especially regarding certain sensitive issues. Now that Voidland is guarded by 2 divine spirits, I'm afraid no one would be interested in provoking it anymore. But that doesn't mean that some people will condone Sect Master Yang's direct advancement to the high-rank open heaven realm. If they really find out that we, Azura Cave Heaven, provided you with a high-rank yin element treasure, how will Azura Cave Heaven keep its foothold in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Having said this, he persuaded earnestly again, Sect Master Yang is truly a dragon amongst men, but you should take a step back and endure for a while. Why bother taking the risk of challenging the ancient order of the 3,000 worlds? With Sect Master Yang's aptitude, even if you achieve the 6th order open heaven realm, you will still be able to soar. It's better to follow the current than swim against the river. Yang Kai snorted at the words, whose order? What current? I, Yang Kai, entered this vast universe only concerned about my own cultivation. I have never sought trouble with or offended others intentionally, so I will not allow others to stand in the way of my grand Tao. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4351, should be very valuable. Manager Ju asked with a bitter face, can Sect Master Yang change his conditions? Yang Kai shook his head slowly, I cannot. Manager Ju couldn't help but smile bitterly, and after pondering for a long time, he said, this matter is very important, and this old master can't make the decision. I will need to consult my superiors for instructions, but Sect Master Yang, I think there is a good chance that those in charge will not agree to your demands. Yang Kai said in response, Manager Ju, just ask, whether they agree or not is up to them. Then, all right. Now that it had come to this, there was no need for further discussion. Each of them had put forward their own requirements and conditions. The only thing remaining was to see whether the two sides could reach an agreement on the issue. It was not something for Manager Ju to decide, so he stood up and said, all right, this old master will leave first and deal with this matter. Yang Kai personally sent him out of the reception hall before returning. Chu Hua Shong, wrapped in a fragrant scent, rushed to Yang Kai's side and stretched out her hand without hesitation and took his arm. With her large twin peaks pressing up against his arm, she delicately called out, Junior brother. Yang Kai looked at her with narrowed eyes and said with a headache, does senior sister have something to say? I promise I will never refuse if it is something I can do. Chu Hua Shong smiled and exhaled a breath filled with the scent of an orchid in Yang Kai's ear. I knew junior brother was the best. About those heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Yang Kai pulled his arms out of Chu Hua Shong's grasp and said with a smile while he faced her directly, before senior sister speaks, could she please confirm whether she came to Voidland this time for herself or for Yin Yang Cave Heaven? Chu Hua Shong's long lashes fluttered when she blinked. Is there a difference? Yang Kai smiled and said, Senior sister, do you have to ask me that? Junior brother, you're so ruthless. Chu Hua Shong's face was filled with resentment, like she was a weak woman abandoned by Yang Kai after a thoughtless night of fun, which would make one feel sorry for her. Why ask such a cruel question, junior brother? Did you forget how tightly we held one another in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven just to stay warm? Yang Kai said sternly, it is precisely because I remember that I have to ask clearly. Chu Hua Shong gave him a charming look. This woman had originally already been a seductress, but now that she had advanced to the open heaven realm, she had become more and more enchanting. Yang Kai sat down and drank his tea without looking at her. Chu Hua Shong, annoyed, came to sit down beside him angrily, after which she puffed up her cheeks and said, since junior brother wants to distinguish between public and private affairs, let's talk about proper business first. Yang Kai gestured in agreement. Chu Hua Shong continued, my Yin Yang Cave Heaven would like to buy some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills from junior brother. No. Yang Kai replied immediately. Chu Hua Shong glared at him fiercely, slapped the table and said, just now you and old Ju said that you would sell 3 to Azura Cave Heaven. Yang Kai said slowly, naturally, that was the last available stock. Chu Hua Shong's chest heaved as she grit her teeth and said, you will not suffer a loss in terms of price, junior brother. I can make the decision on that. Yang Kai thought for a while, then smiled, if Yin Yang Cave Heaven can sell me a high-rank yin element treasure. Junior brother, you should give up on that. Those old farts agreeing to this condition is absolutely impossible. Chu Hua Shong said speechlessly, no matter how high a price you offer it won't happen. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, Is senior sister certain? Chu Hua Shong gently nodded. I don't dare to say anything else, but what old Ju said was right. The attitudes maintained by the cave heavens and paradises are firm and united. No one will sell you a high-rankian element treasure. Yang Kai frowned. Seeing that he was in a low mood, Chu Hua Shong also slightly regretted that she had spoken too much, and swiftly changed the subject. Junior brother, what if it is I, your senior sister, who wants heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills? Yang Kai casually asked, how many does senior sister need? Chu Hua Shong looked at him in disbelief. Do you have that many of them? Yang Kai smiled slightly. I don't have a lot, but it should meet senior sister Chu's needs. Chu Hua Shong fidgeted for a while before muttering awkwardly, 5. No, 3 is enough. As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Kai put a jade bottle in front of her. Chu Hua Shong picked it up and opened it, only to see that there were 5 spirit pills inside. Although she had never seen this spirit pill before, she was certain that they were heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. With some slight shock, Chu Hua Shong called out, Junior brother, she was now an open heaven realm master, so she had no need for these spirit pills. It was not possible that Yang Kai was unaware of this, but he still took out 5 of them the instant she asked. Yang Kai followed up, in the blood monster cave heaven, if it were not for senior sister's unwavering support, I am afraid that the consequences would have been disastrous. No cost can be put on a life-saving grace, so a few trivial spirit pills is nothing. Senior sister asked for them, so how can I, as your junior brother, refuse? Chu Hua Shong was deeply moved, and as squeezed the jade bottle in her hand tightly, she whispered, Junior brother, thank you. Putting away the jade bottle, Chu Hua Shong added, there is one more thing that I need the help of junior brother for. Senior sister, please speak. When I came this time, I was also ordered by my master to come to your Void Star City to set up a Tao temple, but I came a little late, and the better locations were taken away by others, so. Yang Kai nodded knowingly, but was also a little puzzled. Why does Yin Yang Cave Heaven want to set up a Tao temple? Could it be to open the door to accept disciples? But there's no need to do that in this star city. Chu Hua Shong smiled. You should have some understanding of the situation in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Disciples, whether male or female, need to find a partner when the time is right, but how difficult is it to find a partner who is suitable for them and can accompany them for a lifetime? Even if they do find someone appealing, they may not be willing to marry into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. She glanced at Yang Kai accusingly as she spoke. Yang Kai looked down his nose, ignoring her stare. That's why some of the outstanding disciples from Yin Yang Cave Heaven need to go out for life experience and to mingle with fellow cultivators in various Tao temples, so as to find a good match. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Yin Yang Cave Heaven was trying to use this as a way to recruit people under them and enhance their own strength, a simple matter. I'll have second manager accompany you and let you choose whichever location you need for your Tao temple. Then this senior sister will thank junior brother in advance. Chu Hua Shong thanked him, and after a pause, pursed her lips and smiled. Now that proper business is over, let's talk about private affairs. Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. What else does senior sister want to talk about? Chu Hua Shong blushed slightly and replied shyly, could it be that junior brother forgot what I told you in the blood monster cave heaven? Those words are still valid now, so if you could agree. She now seemed like a naive young lady, one who would grasp everyone's attention. Yang Kai wanted to ask what was going on, but when he saw her eyes, he understood everything. In the blood monster cave heaven, Chu Hua Shong wanted to recruit Yang Kai on behalf of Yin Yang Cave Heaven, bluntly saying that she hoped that he could enter Yin Yang Cave Heaven, the premise being only after she broke through to the open heaven realm. However, at that time, Chu Hua Shong was still just an emperor realm cultivation, and had not yet reached the open heaven realm, so she needed to fall in love with Yang Kai and cut off her emotions to reach a grand accomplishment in the heartless Grand Tao. But now that she was in the 6th order open heaven realm, what was the point of mentioning this? Chu Hua Shong added, if junior brother becomes my partner, there is no need for you to join Yin Yang Cave Heaven, since you are now the Lord of Voidland, we only need to maintain it in name. If you want to stay in Voidland, you can stay here, or if you want to come to Yin Yang Cave Heaven, you can do that too. Yang Kai looked at her and said, is this what you want, senior sister? Or is this what yin-yang cave heaven wants? Chu Hua Shong lowered her head, twisted her hands around the corners of her clothes, and said softly, "It doesn't matter whose wish it is, what matters is what junior brother thinks." Seeing her act this way, Yang Kai was touched to know that yin-yang cave heaven had not requested this. Rather, it was completely pursued by Chu Hua Shong herself. She wanted to use yin-yang cave heaven to shield him, even at the expense of her own reputation. He hurriedly got up and bowed. "Senior sister's good intentions, this junior brother has received them, but I am only one step away. If I can't take this step, my Tao heart will forever be obscured, and even if I achieve the sixth order open heaven realm, I am afraid that it will become difficult to continue in the future." Hearing this, Chu Hua Shong sighed. Although she had expected it, she was still a little disappointed to hear Yang Kai say this. She raised her head and said with a smile, "Senior sister admires junior brother's firm will in the pursuit of the martial Tao. I will be stationed in this star city in the future, so maybe I will come visit you in your voidland from time to time. I hope it won't be too troublesome when the time comes." Yang Kai laughed. "I'd like nothing more, how could it be troublesome?" Chu Hua Shong stood up. "Then I'll say take my leave first. I'll return when matters related to the Tao temple have been settled." Yang Kai got up to send her off, and at the same time summoned Bian Yu Qing to accompany her to the governor's residence to help her choose the location for the Tao temple. Once the arrangements were made, Yang Kai entered retreat once more. However, before he could start cultivating, he noticed that the isolation barrier had been touched and frowned. He opened the barrier, and Bian Yu Qing walked in from the outside. "Sect Master, has Chu Hua Shong's business arrangements been completed?" Yang Kai asked. Bian Yu Qing said, "Yes, the arrangements have been made." As she spoke, she took out a wooden box and handed it to Yang Kai. "What is this?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Bian Yu Qing looked at him with a puzzled face. "Isn't this something that Sect Master left behind?" Some disciples saw it while cleaning the reception hall, and thought it was something that the Sect Master had accidentally dropped, so they handed it over to this mistress. Yang Kai laughed. "How could I have left something behind? It should be senior sister Chu's. Go and return the box to her." Bian Yu Qing replied, "Sect Master, if this was really Lady Chu's, then it can't be sent back, since this should be her gift to you. She is a sixth order open heaven realm, how could she have taken out and then forgotten a box for no reason?" When Yang Kai heard this, he pondered over it. After Chu Hua Shong entered the reception hall, he hadn't seen her take out this box. Only after she left did a disciple discover it, which made it apparent that Chu Hua Shong had left it behind on purpose. Her cultivation was now much higher than Yang Kai's, so if she wanted to do something covertly, he would not be able to discover it. If it wasn't for the disciples who saw it while cleaning the reception hall, it would not have been found. The contents of this box should be very valuable, Bian Yu Qing casually stated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4352, Fang Yu. "Why do you say so?" Yang Kai raised his brow. She must have secretly left it behind because it is precious and she knew Sect Master would not accept it if she passed it to you directly. Bian Yu Qing made a slight bow. "If there is nothing else, this subordinate will retire first." After Bian Yu Qing left, Yang Kai held the jade box in his hand, slightly dazed. He didn't know what Chu Hua Shong left for him before she left, but he vaguely felt that what his second manager said was not unreasonable. The box was blocked by a seal, but the method to unlock it was not too troublesome. Yang Kai used a secret technique and opened the box, but after seeing what was inside, he was slightly startled. The contents of the box were indeed, as Bian Yu Qing said, extremely valuable, and not just ordinarily valuable either. It contained a 7th order yang element monster core. This was clearly the one Chu Hua Shong obtained in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, she and Yang Kai comprehended the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture, and crossed the Blood Lake to reach the Central Palace. On the third island, Chu Hua Shong obtained a 7th order yang element monster core, while Yang Kai only got a 5th order core, which made him envious. 7th order materials in general were worth at least 150 million open heaven pills, while materials of the yin or yang element would be even higher than that. Yang Kai originally bid for a 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng at an exchange meeting, and it had cost him a great fortune. If such a 7th order yang element monster core was put up for auction, it would definitely cause a huge scramble, and it could easily be sold for 200 million open heaven pills. But now, such an item worth at least 200 million, was deliberately left here by Chu Huashong for Yang Kai. It was only now that Yang Kai understood why Chu Huashong accepted the 5 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills he had given her without hesitation, and never asked how much they were worth. It turned out that she had already planned on compensating him with this. 5 heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills were worth a lot, but they were nothing compared to a 7th order yang element monster core. She also knew that he wouldn't accept it, so she left it behind secretly. Being a disciple of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, she could not help Yang Kai by what he needed from her own sect, and could only help him within her own abilities. Since this thing did not belong to Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and was instead something she owned personally, she had the right to do whatever she pleased with it. Yang Kai was extremely grateful and solemnly put away the 7th order monster core. A few days later, the Void Auction House's 3rd auction began. The Void Auction House was filled to the brim today. The auction house, which was built by Yun Xinghua himself, had an atmosphere of magnificence. It was constructed according to Yang Kai's requirements, and could accommodate 10,000 people with ease in the main floor, and had many private rooms for VIP guests. Compared to the previous 2 auctions, this one was undoubtedly of a higher standard. Because the Star City now had a resounding reputation and a much higher population, many people that had great treasures and had no way to sell them entrusted them to the auction house to auction on their behalf. The Void Auction House was naturally happy to do so, so the auction conducted this time was much livelier and fiery than the previous 2. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, which was the finale item, broke through the 10 million mark easily and was eventually won by a master in one of the private rooms. In room A1, Yang Kai was sitting in a chair with Bian Yuqing accompanying him by his side. Seemingly sensing Yang Kai's anticipation, Bian Yuqing said, "Sect Master, it's time." Yang Kai gently nodded, rubbing his fingers unconsciously. In the past 2 auctions, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill marked the end, but this time was different. On the auction stage, Yun Xinghua said loudly, "Honored guests, today we have a special item we would like to present, and I believe many will certainly be interested in it." In the auction house, the people who were about to leave stopped and looked towards Yun Xinghua curiously. The Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill had already been auctioned off, so what else did Voidland have to offer? Was it more precious than the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? In front of everyone's eyes, Yun Xinghua took out a wooden box, used a secret technique to open its seal, and declared loudly, "A 7th order Yang element monster core from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." The audience immediately flew into an uproar. Although the auction held by Void Auction House was quite good this time and many high-class items had appeared, no one had imagined that such a valuable item would appear. Even top auction houses like Red Cloud's Auction House, which belonged to Red Cloud's Cave Heaven, would often have 7th order items for sale. From the private rooms, powerful divine senses undisguisedly swarmed towards the wooden box to check whether it really was true. Although Yun Xinghua was a 4th order open heaven master, cold sweat oozed from his forehead due to the pressure that was like a mountain engulfing him at that moment. He felt like he was a little sheep that was being targeted by a bunch of hungry wolves. Suppressing the trepidation in his heart, Yun Xinghua took a deep breath and continued, "This item is not for auction, and only an exchange will be accepted. My Void Auction House would like to exchange this for a 7th order Yin element treasure. If anyone has something suitable, please contact me, and rest assured, my Void Auction House will definitely give enough compensation." Yun Xinghua looked around and waited for a long time, but no one made a sound. In room A1, Yang Kai also monitored the situation, but he did not feel too disappointed to see no response since he had expected this. This time was just a publicity stunt. Yang Kai believed that due to this announcement, the news that Void Auction House was trying to exchange a 7th order Yang element treasure for a 7th order Yin element treasure would soon spread, and anyone who met the conditions would take the initiative to approach them. Of course, this was provided that this person was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai was confident that in this way, the matter regarding his need for a high-rank yin element treasure would be known to the entire 3000 world. Yang Kai wanted to act secretively, but he had already revealed the fact that he had condensed multiple high-order elements. Anyone who was interested in him could deduce what elements he currently lacked. There was no harm in letting others know that he needed a yin element treasure now. This was probably not something that he would get in a short period of time. He might have to wait for a long time, maybe 3 to 5 years, several dozen years, or even hundreds of years. But Yang Kai could wait. Compared to the pursuit of the martial Tao, a small wait was but a trivial matter. Moreover, he was still young, and he had only recently entered the vast outer universe. In a trivial 20 or 30 years, he had already accomplished what ordinarily took others hundreds if not thousands of years to complete. He had enough qualifications to wait it out. While waiting, he could also accumulate and fortify his foundation, paving a smoother road to his future, thus saving himself time and effort when he eventually did break through. Void Auction House held an auction every 3 months, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the final item every single time. Even though one was sold every 3 months, the price of this item only got higher with time. After all, there were too many cultivators that needed this kind of spirit pill. Which cave heaven or paradise did not have a few core disciples? When these disciples advanced to the open heaven realm, even if they were well prepared, and even if they had great confidence in themselves, accidents could always occur. Throughout the ages, how many geniuses had fallen due to tiny mistakes, vanishing from the annals of history? If those cave heavens and paradises wanted their disciples to advance to the open heaven realm successfully, the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was the best guarantee. Across the 3000 worlds, the only place a Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could be acquired was Void Auction House. Void Star City's popularity was booming, and it had only taken a trivial year to become crowded. The Void Dock now had to limit the flow of people entering the city, because every moment, there were more flight-type artifacts queuing up outside, waiting to be let in. Only when people inside left were people outside allowed to enter. Bian Yu Qing was planning on expanding the size of Star City, because under the current situation, it was already somewhat unable to meet its high popularity. But she was overruled by Yang Kai after she made this proposal. Voidland had sprung up suddenly and had been growing too fast, leading to a lack of experience in various matters. So right now, they had to focus on gaining stability, not endless expansion. Therefore, even though he knew that expanding the Star City could bring even greater profits, Yang Kai did not agree to it. Since there were 2 divine spirits in Voidland, Yang Kai felt that as long as he didn't go out and cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't do anything to him. It would not be too late to make plans after he got his high-rank yin element treasure and advanced to the high-rank open heaven realm. One day, when Yang Kai was in the middle of retreat, he felt the barrier being touched, so he opened his eyes. Without an appropriate yin element material, he could not advance to the open heaven realm. He had entered retreat this time only to further his understanding of the elements he had already condensed, hoping he might uncover some kind of new divine ability from them. As such, it wasn't a big problem that he was disturbed. Opening the barrier, Bian Yu Qing walked in from outside. Yang Kai asked, "Does senior sister Chu need something again?" In the past 6 months, Chu Hua Shong had opened a Tao temple in the Star City. She had just advanced to the open heaven realm, so she had spent most of her time there for 2 reasons. One was to maintain the stability of the Tao temple itself, and the other was to consolidate her new cultivation. Yang Kai had also been to the Tao temple once and participated in discussions about the Grand Tao, but he used 7 faces to change his appearance and aura to do so. He found that the so-called Grand Tao discourse was actually just a group of young attractive people gathering together to market themselves, which wasn't of any interest to him. But Yin Yang Cave Heaven had a need for this kind of place, since it was full of beautiful women and handsome men looking to find partners. From time to time, Chu Hua Shong would come to Voidland to look for Yang Kai. It was never for any serious reason and instead just to casually chat with him. Yang Kai knew that she wanted him to join Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but she never broached the topic directly. Naturally, since Bian Yu Qing had come to alert him of a guest, He immediately thought it was that seductress again. But Bian Yuqing shook her head and reported, "It is not Lady Chu who is looking for you, but a young man named Fang Yu. He says he is an old acquaintance of sect masters." Fang Yu. Yang Kai frowned slightly, vaguely feeling that this name was familiar, as if he had heard of it somewhere, but it did not immediately ring a bell. After thinking carefully, Yang Kai finally remembered that among the people he knew, there was only one guy named Fang Yu, whom he met in the primordial land of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. But there was not much of a friendship between them, as Yang Kai simply brought him out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at the end of the Spirit-Seizing War. However, there were quite a lot of people who were brought out by Yang Kai at that time, all of whom were chosen by the various divine spirits as bearers but had the misfortune of losing the battle to Yang Kai. Yang Kai still had a lot of faith tokens left behind by these disciples of various great forces. These young people had left these tokens with Yang Kai in the hopes that, if he had time in the future, he would visit their sects so they could show their appreciation for the life-saving grace he had shown them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4353, Come to Offer Services. Yang Kai did save their lives, after all. If he did not use the sealed world bead to bring them out, many of them might have been killed by the enraged divine spirits backing them. However, now that he was seen by some cave heavens and paradises as a threat to peace and order, they may have to rethink their proposal, since befriending Yang Kai could bring disaster to their sects. So even though Yang Kai had now become Voidland's sect master, and the battle that ended with the destruction of the 100 Sects Alliance had made Voidland famous, no one had come to visit. Fang Yu was not like them and obviously did not share their worries, since he was a loner, not associated with any great force. If Yang Kai remembered correctly, the divine spirit that stood behind this guy at that time was the solid earth black tortoise, and then in the primordial land, he acquired a divine medicine, the 1,000-leaf stone lotus. Both of these combined basically made his defenses impregnable. There were a number of divine medicines in the primordial land. Yang Kai got Pu Bai Xiong and the little mushroom, Fang Yu got the 1,000-leaf stone lotus, and a guy named Xiong got the purple bamboo. The divine medicine Arku was obtained by an unknown cultivator, and a man surnamed Go obtained the gourd vine initially, but he was killed by Yang Kai, which led to the gourd vine falling into Yang Kai's hands. Thus, Yang Kai obtained 3 of the 6 known divine medicines. Divine medicines each had tremendous effects. Taking Pu Bai Xiong as an example, each of the berries on his head had unimaginable healing efficacies, and even a man half a step through the gates of death could be brought back to full health by eating one. In the blood monster cave heaven, when Yang Kai was being chased by Yin Xin Zhao, if he had a berry from Pu Bai Xiong on hand, he would not have fallen into such a miserable state. So, when Yang Kai came back after that, ignoring Pu Bai Xiong's strong protests, he took a berry to keep for emergencies, earning him Pu Bai Xiong's ire for several days. Little Mushroom evolved from a profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, which had unparalleled natural hallucinogenic powers. Yang Kai placed her in the 9 heavenly layers grand array as the array core of the illusion array, strengthening both even further. The 1,000-leaf stone lotus had supreme defensive power, the purple bamboo that Xiong had could suppress all types of principles, while the gourd vine could exert power equal to the strength displayed by a 5th-order open heaven realm master. The only thing Yang Kai didn't understand was what divine medicine Arku was, and since his master had never used it to do anything, there was no way to guess. Yang Kai had never thought of exploiting the life-saving grace he had shown to those people, so when he first heard of Fang Yu's visit, he didn't have much of a reaction at all. But after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly understood why this guy had come at this time. If things were really as he guessed, perhaps Voidland could gain a powerful master in the near future. If Sect Master doesn't want to see him, this subordinate will turn him down. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, Bian Yuqing thought that Fang Yu was taking the opportunity to climb the ladder, and felt a little unhappy. Now that Voidland had become famous, such an occurrence would not be unusual. Yang Kai, however, just smiled and said, "Show him in." At his response, Bian Yuqing took out a communication bead and sent a message outside. After waiting for an incense stick's worth of time, a Voidland disciple led a young man with thick brows and big eyes into the reception hall. It was Fang Yu. When he saw Yang Kai, Fang Yu's eyes lit up with a look of relief. He took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. Senior Brother Yang. Brother Fang. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Fang Yu looked at him incredulously and said, when we left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I did not expect that in less than 10 years, Senior Brother Yang would have made such a grand accomplishment. When I heard the name of the Voidlands sect master, this Fang couldn't believe it at first. I thought perhaps it was another man with the same name, but I never thought it would really be Senior Brother Yang. Opportunities and coincidences. Yang Kai smiled and gestured. Brother Fang, let's sit down and talk. Fang Yu did not stand on ceremony and sat down readily as the maidservant served tea. Yang Kai looked at him and asked, Does Brother Fang have some advice for me today? Fang Yu laughed and said, Senior Brother Yang is now the master of a great force with numerous open heaven realm masters for subordinates, not to mention, even a great force like Heavenly Sword Union has been defeated by your Voidland. I am but a trivial person with no roots. How can I give you any guidance? I came here today just to thank Senior Brother for saving my life that day. Yang Kai smirked in his heart, but he said with a solemn expression, what happened that day was just a simple matter. Brother Fang need not worry about it. Fang Yu replied sternly, to Senior Brother, it may have just been a minor matter, but to this Fang, it was a life-saving grace. I was selected as a bearer by that divine spirit in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and spent a lot of effort to cultivate, but the result was a complete failure. I was unable to assist my backer in achieving what he wanted, and without your help, Senior Brother, the consequences would have been dire. I, along with many others, would definitely have been killed by those enraged divine spirits. Yang Kai smiled and said, not necessarily. Some divine spirits were actually quite friendly. The divine spirit that took in Jiyu Pan would not have killed her, but Kuan Sho, the divine spirit that supported Lin Feng, would definitely have eaten Lin Feng alive to vent out his rage. Naturally, each divine spirit had a different temperament and each of them acted in different ways. In any case, Senior Brother's life-saving grace cannot be forgotten. Fang Yu continued, this Fang is not someone who does not know how to repay the kindness that he receives. The favor from that day has been etched into this Fang's heart. If Senior Brother has any orders, just speak up, and this Fang will never decline. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Junior Brother Fang is too serious. My Voidland is at peace now, so there is no need to speak of such heavy matters. No matter what it is. This Fang wants to do something to repay this favor. If not, I will not be able to eat and sleep in peace. Fang Yu's face was earnest. It's really fine. Yang Kai said while shaking his head slowly. Fang Yu asked anxiously, when I came here, I passed through the Star City dock and it was quite overcrowded. Does Senior Brother need manpower to maintain order? Although this Fang's cultivation is low, I will still do my best. Yang Kai said, I have people guarding the dock, so I won't bother Brother Fang. Well, if Brother Fang is free, you might as well spend some time in my Voidland. I still have some things to do, so I won't be able to accompany you further. Saying so, he stood up. Fang Yu rushed up to him in a stride, grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve, and hurriedly said, Senior Brother, please stay. Yang Kai turned around and looked at him with a smile. Brother Fang, is there anything else? Fang Yu faltered and blushed slightly, unable to speak. Yang Kai sighed, Brother Fang, just say what you have to say, why beat around the bush? When Fang Yu saw his expression, he suddenly came to his senses. Senior Brother, you already expected me to ask for help. Yang Kai said, I had a guess, but I wasn't sure. Now, I am. Brother Fang is here for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, right? Fang Yu's face turned slightly red and he looked very embarrassed when Yang Kai said that. Senior Brother, this Fang Yu would like to offer his services to you, and hopes Senior Brother will take me in. Yang Kai took a deep look at him and held out his hand. Let's sit down and talk. The two men retook their seats. Yang Kai said slowly, Brother Fang should have a great aptitude to be valued by the solid earth black tortoise and be chosen as his bearer, but sixth order elements are probably a bit too much for Brother Fang. Of course, the solid earth black tortoise would not care about your future problems, he only wanted Brother Fang to be as strong as possible, so that he could win the first place in the spirit-seizing war. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, The solid earth black tortoise helped Brother Fang to forcibly raise your strength, right? Fang Yu said with shame, "It appears I can't hide anything from senior brother Yang." Yang Kai replied, "I was there in the grand ancient ruins boundary as well, and I was chosen to be a bearer, so I know firsthand about such matters." At that time, Zhu Juyin also wanted to forcibly raise Yang Kai's strength by making him condense a sixth-order earth element. However, Yang Kai staked his own life against it, forcing her to back down. Furthermore, considering that Yang Kai was originally refining seventh-order elements and his strength was already phenomenal, Zhu Juyin was willing to back down. But others, such as Fang Yu, were not so lucky, and were forced by their divine spirits to condense sixth-order or even seventh-order elements. Even taking the entire 3,000 worlds into consideration, those who could condense sixth-order powers and directly achieve the sixth-order open heaven realm were extreme rarities, often core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises. There were only a few of such people in each generation, such as Ji Yu Pan, Chu Hua Shong, Lin Feng, Ning Daoran and so on. Although Fang Yu and the others had good aptitudes and were valued by the divine spirits, they were still inferior to geniuses like Ji Yu Pan and Chu Hua Shong. Their limit was the fifth order. Even though forcing them to condense sixth-order elements could grant them more power for a short period of time, allowing them to gain some advantage in the spirit-seizing war, it would leave fatal drawback. These drawbacks would become more and more serious as they progressed in their cultivation. By condensing elements beyond what they were capable of bearing, once they tried to break through to the open heaven realm, they would most likely die. Ding Yi, the leader of Emperor Heaven back then, was forced by Bai Fang to condense a seventh-order fire element power, but every time he used this power, he suffered a serious backlash. He would look like a cooked crab, all red and steaming hot from overheating. Yang Kai had once asserted that if Ding Yi dared to break through to the open heaven realm, he would die on the spot in 9 out of 10 cases. Fang Yu was now facing the same problem. The only thing that could help him and the others was the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills that Yang Kai had. This spirit pill could greatly increase the chances of success. If Fang Yu took one before attempting to break through, although there was no guarantee of success, the chance of failure would be greatly reduced. However, Fang Yu was only an Emperor Realm cultivator without any background, so how could he earn enough open heaven pills to afford to buy a heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill? Thus, he thought that the only way he could survive was by joining Yang Kai. That was why Fang Yu had approached him today. Fang Yu said with a bitter smile, "In the 10 years that I stayed in the grand ancient ruins boundary, this Fang traversed the path that others could not finish even in 100 years. With the assistance of senior solid earth black tortoise, I refined several materials for different elements, and advanced straight to the half-step open heaven realm. However, this Fang knows his aptitude very clearly. In this Fang's present situation, I will not be able to bear the impact of advancing to the sixth-order open heaven realm. The only possible way to survive would be to instead advance to the third order, but even then the chances are slim. It was easy for him to advance into the third order since he would only need to refine a third-order material. The powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements required to break through to the open heaven realm were like the boards of a wooden barrel. The amount of water that could be stored in the wooden barrel depended entirely on the shortest board, regardless of how tall the others were. But with such a great starting point, how could this Fang be willing to settle for the trivial third-order open heaven realm? These words couldn't help but resonate with Yang Kai, because all of them had a high starting point. They couldn't settle for such mediocre achievements. The gap was just too big. Martial Peak, Chapter 4354, Grand Ancient Ruins Shop. Everyone had their own sense of greed, especially when it came to their martial Dao. Once a person had experienced their first breakthrough, they would want to continue. Yang Kai was the same. He was not willing to waste his high starting point with all the rare materials he had condensed. Although he knew that his journey would be full of thorns and tribulations, he still had no intention of backing down. Fang Yu was no different. If it wasn't for the rise of Voidland, if it wasn't for Yang Kai using the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills to increase the Star City's popularity and make the fame of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, Fang Yu would probably have been resigned to his fate. He would settle for the Third Order Open Heaven realm, otherwise, he would lose everything and disappear due to the backlash of trying to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. However, when he heard that there were heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills in Voidland, it was like a ray of light had pierced through the fog of darkness. Fang Yu felt a glimmer of hope. That was why he had taken the liberty to visit Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's Voidland already had a mighty army with the finest arms. What advantages could he, a trivial half-step open heaven realm master, offer Yang Kai in return for such a precious treasure? The only thing he could rely on was the small friendship all of them had in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Now, it seemed as if this trip had not been in vain. Thinking about it, Yang Kai was not a narrow-minded person. He brought out all the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, disregarding their former status as enemies. Instead, it was Fang Yu who had been overly skeptical and pessimistic. Reflecting on this, Fang Yu couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. I naturally welcome Brother Fang if you want to join my Voidland, but does Brother Fang know the current situation of my Voidland? Fang Yu replied, I've heard a little bit about Senior Brother's intention to reach the high-rank Open Heaven realm directly, which seemed to have touched the nerves of certain powerful figures, leading to targeted discrimination and suppression. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. That's right, the 100 Sects Alliance was formed to attack us because of this. When the time comes, my Void Land might face trouble. Does Brother Fang still want to join knowing this? Fang Yu said, if I enter Voidland, this Fang will live and die together with Voidland. It's better to die a glorious death than live a life filled with regret. Good. Yang Kai laughed loudly. If Brother Fang has expressed such an intention, how can this Yang refuse? From now on, you will be a member of my Void Land. Feeling overjoyed, Fang Yu got up and saluted. Disciple Fang Yu, greet Sect Master. Yang Kai came forward to help him up. No need to be polite, you and I will call each other fellow brothers in the future. Fang Yu had condensed Sixth Order powers, and would sooner or later advance to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. At that time, he would become a powerhouse of Voidland, so Yang Kai did not want their relationship to stiffen due to their different positions. Fang Yu said gratefully, many thanks, Senior Brother. Yang Kai smiled and said, since you have joined my Voidland, you should practice well and tell me when you are about to break through to the Open Heaven realm, I will help you then. Fang Yu said in reply, I am not going to lie to Senior Brother. Right now, I am only one step away from advancing to the Open Heaven realm. I only need to condense my last element to break through, but I want to cultivate in retreat for some time to solidify my foundation first, so that I can have a better chance of success. That is for the best. Yang Kai nodded his head. When he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Fang Yu had already reached the half-step Open Heaven realm with the help of the solid Earth Black Tortoise. It had been a few years since he had left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so it was not surprising that he was only one step away from breaking through. I'll have someone arrange a place for you to live, so you can cultivate inside the sect without worry. Fang Yu thanked him and hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior Brother, do you remember Xiong Ying and the others? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and asked curiously, Junior Brother, what do you? Fang Yu answered, there were many bearers in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. I believe that there are quite a few people who are facing the same predicament as me, such as Xiong Ying and Ding Yi. If Senior Brother offers them the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, I think they would not refuse to join you. Since they were chosen by the divine spirits as bearers in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they should have condensed at least fifth-order elements. If they can successfully break through to the Open Heaven realm in the future, they will definitely become a great help to Senior Brother. Yang Kai nodded and said, while that is true, the 3,000 worlds is vast. No one knows where they could have gone after leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Fang Yu said with a smile, I too have no way to contact them, but Senior Brother does not need to worry about that. Even if Senior Brother may not know where they are right now, they certainly know where Senior Brother is. I believe that sooner or later, they will come to you on their own initiative, just like me. All Senior Brother needs to do is to sit back and wait. Yang Kai nodded lightly, that's true. In the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, The number of people chosen by the divine spirits to be bearers was quite large, 50 at least. While the number of people that did not belong to any sect may not be that great, as long as that number reached 30%, that would translate to 15 to 20 people. These people had at least condensed fifth-order elements. Furthermore, people such as Fang Yu and Ding Yi had condensed sixth-order elements. As long as they had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills as an auxiliary, there was a great chance that all of them could break through to the fifth or sixth order open heaven realm. These bearers already owned Yang Kai a life-saving grace, so if he offered them a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill now, delivering charcoal to them in the frigid winter, then Voidland should have no problem recruiting them. That would mean, in a relatively short span of time, Voidland could have 15 to 20 more masters in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. That was a terrifying force. From the situation Fang Yu pitched, it could be seen that the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary needed heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills much more than others. The closer they were to breaking through, the more urgent their need would be. Thus, what Fang Yu was saying had promise indeed. If what this Fang said assured senior brother, please let me handle this matter. If I act as an example, I believe they will be more assured. Fang Yu volunteered. Since he had just joined Void Land, he needed to do something to prove his worth, not just silently cultivate. What does junior brother plan to do? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Fang Yu smiled and said, I would like to ask senior brother to allocate a store to me. This junior brother can open a Grand Ancient Ruins shop in the Star City, not to sell anything, just to allow people to be able to find and come to this junior brother. Yang Kai laughed. Is junior brother trying to fish? Fang Yu winked at him and said, the ones who need it will take the bait. If Fang Yu personally ran the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Yang Kai believed that those who came out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary would be much less wary, and it would be much easier to recruit them. Yang Kai had no reason to refuse, anyway. It was only a single store, and it didn't matter even if he could not recruit people. He immediately called Bian Yu Qing in and asked her to cooperate with Fang Yu. Soon, a store called Grand Ancient Ruins shop opened in the center of the Star City, near Void Auction House. Grand Ancient Ruins shop sold numerous goods, but none of the items were particularly valuable. In other words, it was a general store. There were also only a few shop hands in the Grand Ancient Ruins shop. The sudden appearance of such a shop in such a prime location naturally aroused the interest of many, who came to investigate, but after ascertaining the circumstances of Grand Ancient Ruins shop, many people sighed, thinking that the shopkeeper was simply stupid. It was an unwise decision to open the Grand Ancient Ruins shop in such an area, which was a waste of money. Therefore, the popularity of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary quickly died out a few days after it opened. The few shop hands had nothing to do all day long, and Fang Yu just sat behind the counter and cultivated in silence. However, the Grand Ancient Ruins shop had its first harvest after just 10 days. A young man called Li Yi approached Fang Yu, talked with him in a secret room, and was quickly introduced to Void Land. Li Yi was also one of the bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Just like Fang Yu, he was a rogue cultivator. However, he was a little bit inferior when compared to Fang Yu as he had only condensed fifth-order elements. Still, even fifth-order elements was beyond his limit. When Fang Yu heard about the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, he took the initiative to come to the Star City, which Li Yi had also done. However, Li Yi had no relationship with Yang Kai whatsoever, except for the fact that he was brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary by him. Thus, he did not take the liberty of visiting Yang Kai due to the fear that he would be ignored. Moreover, he could not be sure that Voidland's lord was the Yang Kai he met in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If this Yang Kai was not the one that he knew, and they just had similar names, then he would be put in an awkward spot. When Li Yi was at a loss for what to do, he passed by the Grand Ancient Ruins shop and saw Fang Yu. He was not familiar with Fang Yu, but he had met with him face to face before, so he naturally remembered him. Li Yi felt surprised and delighted and decided to talk to him. Fang Yu was waiting for this moment, so he didn't hesitate, and immediately led Li Yi into the secret room. getting to know that he could obtain a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill when he was about to break through to the open heaven realm as long as he joined Voidland made Li Yi feel overjoyed. He nodded in agreement without any hesitation. To him, this was a life-saving straw he found when drowning, so why would he not grasp onto it firmly? With his successful recruitment of Li Yi, Fang Yu became even more confident. He believed that as long as those bearers from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary heard news of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they would look for Void Star City sooner or later. All he needed to do now was wait patiently. While Fang Yu was staying in the Grand Ancient Ruins shop, Manager Zhu from Azura Heaven visited Voidland again. He and Yang Kai had bargained before, each putting forward their own conditions, but Manager Zhu was unable to make a decision and had sent a message to his superiors. This time, he had come to deliver Azura Heaven's answer. Yang Kai needed a high-rank yin element treasure, which Azura Heaven insisted was not possible. This was their bottom line, and there would be no negotiations. Even though Yang Kai had expected it, he was still slightly disappointed. Azura Heaven also failed to buy any heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills from Yang Kai. Yang Kai's attitude towards this matter was quite simple. They did not sell something he wanted, so naturally, he would not sell them what they wanted. If they wanted heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, they could go to the auction that happened once every 3 months and bid for it themselves. The final results of the negotiations were that Void Star City would set aside a large plot for a new Azura arena to be built. Voidland would take a 30% share of the profits, but the rent and taxes would all be free. Void Auction House was already established now, so with the 30% stake in the Azura arena, 2 giant money trees had been planted. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.